Chapter 755. Seeing Bai Qiu frown, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. You couldn't get out before, but it won't be a problem now. Now I'm here. And is an element of. Bai Qiu curled her lips and muttered, "How arrogant." Although she said that, she also knew that Lin Tian had mastered the dragon burial scripture and could be said to be the absolute authority in the world. Previously, he had walked out of the mountain where the mine was located, so he could definitely walk out of this place. Bai Ziki glanced at Lin Tian and didn't say anything. "Let's go," Lin Tian said with a smile. The 9 mountain ranges here were all very extraordinary. Even though many of the ominous forces had already condensed to the mountain range where the mine was located, many places were still incomplete. There were many dangers and puzzles. Therefore, after Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu stepped into this place, they couldn't get out even if they wanted to. However, now that Lin Tian was here, these dangers were not a problem. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the mouth of the no-return gorge. The mouth of the gorge was quite spacious. Looking from afar, a group of experts of the sea race were guarding outside. There were several experts of the immortal ascension realm among them, and the blood aura they exuded was very strong. Not long ago, someone approached here and killed all the people guarding here. They didn't even have time to send out the special signal flare to inform the experts of the clan. Until now, we still haven't found out who did it. Could it be the brother and sister who entered the gorge? Impossible, the brother and sister never came out. They must have died in there long ago. I've never heard of anyone who came out alive after entering the gorge. That's right, I really don't know what His Highness Saint and the Supreme Elders are thinking. Several cultivators of the sea race discussed in low voices. What are you muttering about? Be vigilant. At this place, the leading expert of the sea race coldly glanced at the cultivators of the sea race who were discussing, and then his gaze fell on another cultivator of the immortal ascension realm. Remember, if there are any strange movements in the future, immediately send out the special signal flare given by the elders. Remember, yes. The Sea Clan cultivator at the peak of the flight realm who was holding a special signal flare said as he straightened his chest. The 3 people and the crocodile were still in the valley. They looked at the several sea race cultivators outside the valley and exchanged glances with each other. Kill the marine race cultivator with a special signal flare first. As for the other marine race cultivators, leave them for later. Lin Tiandao. Bai Ziki's eyes were filled with coldness. Naturally, there was no need for Lin Tian to say anything. Bai Qiu was panting with anger. It was the sea tribe that had forced them into this dangerous place. If not for Lin Tian finding the way, she and Bai Ziki would most likely have died here. Lin Tian stared outside. His eyes flickered with a glimmer of light, and he turned into a golden bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he stepped out of the gorge of no return and arrived in front of the sea species cultivator holding the special signal flare. The sea race cultivator was shocked. "What are you, Pooh?" Lin Tian raised his hand and directly smashed the sea species cultivator into pieces. At the same time, he also crushed the signal flare in his hand. Instantly, the other sea species cultivator's expressions changed. "Who are you?" Boom! Thunder rumbled. Bai Ziki arrived with endless lightning, causing this place to instantly turn into a sea of lightning. The might of such a violent thunderclap immediately caused the sea race cultivators to tremble. They were extremely frightened. Then, when they saw Bai Ziki's face and Bai Qiu behind him, the sea species cultivators' expressions changed drastically. "It's you." Staring at Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu, this group of sea species cultivators was shocked and terrified. This pair of brother and sister actually walked out of the gorge of no return. Boom! Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, causing the void to distort inch by inch. Bai Ziki's gaze was cold, and the light of lightning instantly drowned out the entire area. It was as if he had summoned a heavenly tribulation, instantly drowning out all the cultivators from the sea race. Poo-pee-you-pee-you. All of them were struck into pieces. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Baiziki's current power was really terrifying. That kind of lightning made him feel apprehensive. All the sea species, cultivators here, were killed. As far as the eye could see, there were old trees in front of them, and the air was much better than inside the gorge. The outside world is still the most comfortable. This is where crocodiles should be. The whooshing crocodile lay on top of Lin Tian's head, squinted its eyes, and stretched out a pair of front claws like a human. Then it said, "Brat Lin, that little bastard from the sea species wanted to steal your wife. You can't just let it go like this. You have to teach him a lesson." Hearing the word wife, Baiqiu blushed, but she didn't say anything. Baiziki also didn't say anything, and only glanced at the whooshing crocodile. "Naturally, we can't just let it go like this." Lin Tianlong smiled and said, "Let's leave this place first. I'll prepare a big gift for them." "Big gift? What kind of gift?" The whooshing crocodile was a little surprised. "You'll know in a bit." Lin Tiandao. The 3 people and 1 crocodile didn't stay here for long. They went far away from this place and appeared on another island. "I'll carve a few killing formations here. Once I'm done, White Pig, pretend to be seriously injured and walk around the island." Lin Tian opened his mouth and said, "When I entered the Gorge of No Return to find you, I killed a group of sea tribe cultivators guarding the Gorge of No Return. Now that I've killed another group of sea tribe cultivators guarding the Gorge of No Return, the sea tribe will definitely be on guard. There should be many sea tribe cultivators patrolling the surroundings. You go and let those sea tribe cultivators discover your tracks." Baiziki's eyes immediately flashed with a wisp of light. He naturally understood Lin Tian's meaning and nodded. He purposely showed his tracks. When ordinary sea tribe cultivators saw him, they definitely wouldn't dare to directly confront him. After all, he had almost killed the sea tribe's holy son. Although the sea tribe's higher-ups wouldn't tell ordinary sea tribe cultivators that their holy son was almost killed by him, they would definitely warn ordinary sea tribe cultivators not to confront him directly. Therefore, after discovering his tracks, ordinary sea tribe cultivators definitely wouldn't directly attack him. They would definitely secretly return to report to the holy son and the sea tribe's holy son and the sea tribe's holy son and the sea tribe's powerful elders. After that, Lin Tian covered them with the killing formation. "Kid, you're really sinister. You're really like a little fox." Whooshing crocodile naturally understood what Lin Tian was thinking. It immediately glared, but then it laughed. "But Lord Crocodile likes it." As it spoke, it opened its mouth again and said, "But kid, if your brother-in-law shows his tracks, he will definitely lure out the great virtue realm experts of the sea tribe. Can the killing formation you engrave trap and kill a great virtue realm expert? Can it be stronger than the killing formation in the underground palace? It can't be compared, but I can use quantity to close the distance." Lin Tiandao. The complete eternal killing formation was extremely terrifying. It was definitely stronger than the killing formation in the underground palace. Even an Emperor realm expert could destroy it. However, his current cultivation was far from being able to engrave the complete eternal killing formation. He could only engrave a corner. However, this was strong enough. Here, he engraved the 10-sided eternal killing formation. It wouldn't be a problem to kill a 3rd firmament great Tao expert. At that moment, he didn't hesitate. He directly activated the heavenly One Soul art and engraved the eternal formation pattern on this island. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent appeared along with the formation pattern he engraved. It shocked Baiziki, Baiqiu, and Whooshing Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile stared. "Kid Lin, what kind of killing formation is this? It's just a strand of formation pattern, and it already has such killing intent. If the eternal killing formation was complete, even a Chaos Emperor realm expert could easily destroy it." Lin Tiandao. The eternal killing formation was evolved by the Formation Emperor heavenly venerate with great success in the Formation Tao. It condensed the essence of the Formation Tao and was known as the Supreme Divine Formation of the Formation Tao. In the 10 directions, celestial domain, there was no formation that could compete with the eternal killing formation. Even an Emperor Realm expert can be killed. Kid, Lord Crocodile admits that the killing formation you engraved is extraordinary. However, can you be any more exaggerated? Whooshing Crocodile stared with a look of disbelief. Lin Tian glanced at Baiziki and said, I once used the 4th sky of the Zephyr Realm cultivation base and relied on the triangle immature, eternal killing formation to wreak havoc in the Bai family. Even 6 elites at the peak of the connecting immortal realm couldn't do anything. Whooshing Crocodile stared with wide eyes and looked at Baiziki in surprise. Really? 4th sky of the Zephyr Realm and forced 6 old fellows at the peak of the connecting immortal realm to be helpless? Baiziki snorted coldly and didn't reply. Whooshing Crocodile knew that Lin Tian was telling the truth. It seems that this killing formation is indeed heaven-defying. As it spoke, it suddenly stared with wide eyes and laughed wildly. So, kid, you once went to your father-in-law's house to wreak havoc? Lord Crocodile is dying of laughter. Don't tell me that your father-in-law didn't agree to marry his precious daughter to you, and you went to kick his door in anger? Lin Tian stopped carving the killing formation and grabbed it from the top of his head. Bai Qiu angrily made a move and slapped it. Awoo! Whooshing Crocodile's miserable howl came from afar. You! Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with it and continued carving the killing formation. At the same time, he carefully controlled the killing formation's aura so that it didn't leak out. Now, his cultivation base had reached the 7th sky of the connecting immortal realm. His divine power was vigorous and surging, and his soul power was much stronger. In just 1 day and night, he finished carving the 10 corners eternal killing formation and firmly imprinted it in the air of this island. Done! A ray of light flashed in his eyes. He tilted his head to look at Baiziki and said, White Pig, it's your turn. Baiziki stood up and activated his divine power. Blood gushed out of his mouth and dyed the clothes in front of his chest red. At the same time, the color on his face faded a lot. Only then did he stand up and walk out of the island. Do you want me to go with you? Bai Qiu asked. Lin Tian shook his head. There's no need. Your brother alone is enough. Baiziki didn't stay and directly left the island. Not long after, he walked out of the island. The Sea Race's experts guarding the Gorge of No Return were silently slaughtered twice. This attracted the Sea Race's attention. Just as Lin Tian expected, many Sea Race cultivators were sent out to patrol the surrounding islands from time to time. I wonder who did it. That's right. How bold. Don't talk about it. Patrol carefully and be vigilant. Not far from this island, 9 Sea Race cultivators walked on the surface of the sea and discussed softly. It was also at this time that one of the Sea Race cultivators turned his head and saw Baiziki, who was far away from the island. That is. It seems to be the human brother and sister who entered the Gorge of No Return. When did he come out? Chapter 756. The Sea Tribe cultivator who saw Baiziki was shocked. Then the other Sea Tribe cultivators also saw Baiziki, and their expressions changed. In the field of vision of the oceanic species cultivators, Baiziki staggered with blood gushing out of his mouth. His complexion was pale, and he looked extremely terrible. He walked with great difficulty at the edge of the island, coughing up blood with every step. It's the man of the brother and sister. Yes, it's him. He looks exactly like the portrait given by the elders. He really walked out of the Valley of No Return. The expressions of the oceanic species, cultivators, all changed. He seems to be seriously injured. Go, catch him. Don't go. The elders have ordered us not to fight him head-on. Once we find him, we have to report back to the tribe immediately. But no buts. I heard that he's very powerful. Ordinary people can't stop him. Stay here and keep watch. I'll go back to the tribe to report to the saint and elders." The leading sea tribe cultivator said. This sea tribe cultivator was at the third heaven of immortal ascension. After saying that, he didn't hesitate and quietly went back to the sea tribe. In the distance, outside the island, Baiziki saw this scene. He still staggered, coughing up blood with every step, and gradually walked into the island. Walking into the island, without the sea tribe cultivator seeing him, his pale face returned to normal. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and disappeared with every step. Soon he appeared in the center of the island. "How is it?" Lin Tian asked. Baiziki nodded. "It's done. Someone went to the sea tribe to report." Lin Tian's eyes flashed and he smiled coldly. "Now, we just have to wait for them to come." A dark light appeared in his eyes. Whooshing Crocodile lay on top of his head and said, "Lord Crocodile is sharpening his knife." In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. At this time, the immortal transcending realm expert who discovered Baiziki's tracks had already returned to the Sea Tribe's headquarters. He came to the Sea Tribe's main hall and informed the Sea Tribe's holy son and several grand elders of his discovery of Baiziki's tracks. "Are you sure?" In the main hall, a grand elder of the sea race, who was at the second heaven of the great Tao, asked. "Yes," the sea species cultivator who came back to report said. Then he seriously described the situation of Baiziki that he saw. The oceanic race's Saint Child was also beside him. He had the appearance of a human and was quite tall. A wisp of light flashed through his eyes. As expected, that human didn't die so easily. He really walked out alive. It seems that the clansmen guarding that place were killed by him. As he spoke, the light in the sea tribe Saint Child's eyes became even more intense. His eyes were cold and filled with greed. Although he has walked out of the danger zone, he seems to have suffered heavy injuries. This is the time to suppress him. Since he has walked out, that human woman should have walked out as well. She must be on that island as well. As he spoke, he looked at the three great Tao realm experts of the sea race in the main hall and said, "3 elders, please help me." Of course, the 3 elders of the sea race nodded. Among the 3 of them, 2 were at the second heaven of the great Tao, and the other was at the third heaven of the great Tao. The one at the third heaven of the great Tao was the oceanic race expert, who had pursued by Ziki and by Chiao and forced the siblings into the gorge of no return. "Let's go." The third heaven of the great Tao realm sea race elder said. Immediately, the 3 great Tao realm experts and the oceanic races Saint Child walked out of the oceanic race's main hall in a mighty manner and soared into the distance. They were very fast. Soon, they arrived at the place where Baiziki was found. There were still a few oceanic race cultivators monitoring the island ahead. When they saw the Saint Child and the 3 grand elders of their clan, they all went forward to greet them. "How is it?" the Saint Child asked. The few oceanic race cultivators bowed and said, "Saint Child, that human entered the island and didn't come out again." The Saint Child looked at the 3 elders of the oceanic race, and the latter 3 nodded. He should be recuperating inside. Go in and capture him. This time, he has no chance of escaping. The gazes of the 3 grand elders from the sea race were indifferent. With 3 great Tao realm experts pressuring them, even though the human with the king physique they had discovered earlier was extraordinary, he could only be suppressed now. There was no possibility of him escaping. Immediately, a few ordinary oceanic race cultivators led the way in front. The 3 great Tao realm grand elders of the oceanic race and the Saint Child of the oceanic race walked behind them. Soon, they reached the island and walked all the way to the center of the island. This island wasn't big. In addition, this group of oceanic race cultivators was very fast. It didn't take long for them to reach the center of the island. "They're finally here," a voice rang out, In the center of the island was an open space. On a large rock, Lin Tian, Bai Qiu, and Bai Ziki stood side by side. Bai Ziki's gaze was very cold. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. Bai Qiu stood beside him. Dim light surged and intertwined on the surface of his body. Lin Tian's expression was cold. The black hair on his forehead danced in the sea breeze. The whooshing crocodile lay on top of Lin Tian's head, narrowing his eyes slightly. The ordinary oceanic race cultivators were slightly shocked. Previously, they only saw Bai Ziki here. Moreover, he was vomiting blood. He seemed to be severely injured. However, looking at him now, Bai Ziki's qi and blood were as usual. They were astonishingly vigorous. He didn't look like he was severely injured at all. It had only been a few hours. He shouldn't have healed so quickly. Moreover, Lin Tian beside him suddenly made them look shocked. At this moment, their expressions changed abruptly. You are. At the same time, the great Tao powerhouses of the oceanic race and the Holy Sun were also shocked. Looking at Lin Tian, they were all slightly shocked. The man in the recent rumors, the Ant Clan, the Blood Wolf Clan, the Dark Shadow Clan, the Bone Clan, the Witch Clan, the Stone God Clan, and several other major clans have been frantically hunting you down, but they couldn't find any trace of you. Yet, you actually came here. The eyes of the third heavenly layer great Tao powerhouse intertwined with a cold light. He glanced at Bai Ziki and his sister. What's the relationship between you two? Lin Tian had slaughtered all the young autarchs and holy sons of the various large clans. When they were in the underground space, the grand Tao experts of the various large clans who had pursued Lin Tian had been completely slaughtered as well. This caused another huge commotion. During this period, several major clans have been frantically hunting Lin Tian. Lin Tian's fame has also spread throughout the fourth heaven. Only a few people didn't know him. At this time, the group of oceanic race cultivators recognized Lin Tian as the ruthless man in the recent rumors, and they all revealed looks of shock. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu were slightly shocked. They couldn't help but look at Lin Tian. Several major clans were hunting Lin Tian. Bai Qiu opened his mouth, wanting to ask the reason, but he was interrupted by the third heavenly layer great Tao powerhouse on the spot. The oceanic race powerhouse looked at Lin Tian and said coldly and ruthlessly, "No matter what your relationship is, and no matter what tricks you have up your sleeves to lure us here, don't even think about leaving here alive today. In the end, this is the territory of my oceanic race." The oceanic race powerhouse heard from the reporting oceanic race cultivator that Bai Ziki was seriously injured. And now that he had rushed over, the scene was like this. These people were clearly waiting for them. The oceanic race powerhouse knew that there must be something fishy going on. Lin Tian and the others were plotting against them. But even so, what could they do? He was a dignified oceanic race. 3 great Tao powerhouses had come here. So how could he show weakness and fear? How could that be possible? Moreover, this was the territory of his oceanic race. In his own territory, what was he not worried about? Even if there were changes, the powerhouses of his clan would be able to detect it quickly and rush over. Staring at Bai Ziki, the oceanic race third, heavenly layer great, Tao powerhouse's eyes were emotionless. He said coldly, "I will take your life source and not let it be damaged. In the future, the geniuses of my clan will be able to unleash even greater power and become famous in the 10 directions, celestial domain." As his words fell, the oceanic race powerhouse looked at Lin Tian. Cold light intertwined in his eyes. "As for you, now, your head is very valuable. If we take your head, the major clans will be grateful to our clan, and our clan will also be on good terms with the Stone Deity clan. No. Now, there's no need to be on good terms with the Stone Deity clan." Speaking until here, the oceanic race powerhouse's gaze swept over Bai Ziki again. "If we take his life source, the geniuses of our clan will be able to reach a higher level and have even more shocking achievements in the future. In time, even the Stone Deity clan will kneel at our feet." Saying these words, the Oceanic Race elder seemed to have already seen the glory of the Oceanic Race in the future. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. Bai Qiu was incomparably angry. "Old fart, you force me and my brother into a dead end, and you still dare to have such thoughts? Despicable." Lin Tian looked at the Oceanic Race powerhouse. Was it the other party who forced Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu into the Gorge of No Return, causing the siblings to be trapped there for a year and almost die? The coldness in Lin Tian's eyes intensified. "This is the territory of my Oceanic Race. Everything here belongs to my Oceanic Race, including you who entered this place." The Oceanic Race's saint walked out with a cold and arrogant expression. He was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer, and his strength was very tyrannical. Several years ago, he had already become famous in the 4th heaven, enough to be called a leader among his peers. Bai Ziki's eyes were cold, and lightning intertwined on the surface of his body, making a sizzling sound. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. "Bastard!" Bai Qiu cursed. Lin Tian stepped forward at this moment, his gaze falling on the Oceanic Race's saint who spoke. The Oceanic Race's saint. The Oceanic Race's saint looked at Lin Tian. Powerful immortal light intertwined around his body, and his immortal pressure was astonishing. "It's this king." Boom! Almost at the instant the Oceanic Race's saint's words fell, the island shook and dense, eternal killing runes appeared, covering the entire island in the blink of an eye. The terrifying killing intent caused the sky here to change color. "I'll kill you." Lin Tian's eyes were ruthless. With a thought, with a clang, the dense, eternal killing runes emitted endless killing light. In an instant, they arrived in front of the Oceanic Race's saint and directly slashed down. "Ah!" The Oceanic Race's saint screamed miserably. Half of his body was crushed on the spot. It was also at this time that Lin Tian really moved. He took a step forward, and like a golden lightning bolt, he appeared in front of the Oceanic Race's saint in an instant. He directly waved his golden fist and punched down fiercely. Boom! The void trembled and directly collapsed. Chapter 7:57. Blood splattered in the void. The Oceanic Tribe's saint was blasted apart by Lin Tian's punch. His corpse fell to the ground, and it was a ghastly sight. In an instant, all the cultivators from the Oceanic Tribe were stunned. Everything happened too quickly. It was only at the next moment that someone reacted. Their faces instantly turned deathly pale. A saint, an ordinary cultivator from the Oceanic Tribe, was horrified. The saint of their tribe, a paragon of the same generation, had been killed just like that. Be ****. The three great Tao realm cultivators from the Oceanic Tribe roared furiously, and their eyes instantly turned red. A peerless genius that was hard to come by in thousands of years had actually been killed by Lin Tian's punch, just like that. Such a loss was really too great. Even Bai Ziki was moved by this scene. Lin Tian's punch was too powerful. However, his expression only changed for an instant. In the next moment, he tilted his head, and his gaze was cold as he stared at the third heaven of the great Tao realm cultivator from the Oceanic Tribe. "You stay here," he said to Bai Qiu. With a boom, lightning interweaved and circled around. He took a step forward, bringing along endless lightning with him. The three great Tao realm cultivators from the Oceanic Tribe were shocked and furious. They roared wildly, "All of you must die!" In an instant, three powerful Tao might surged. The three great cultivators attacked at the same time, charging toward Bai Ziki. However, even more killing lights pressed down on Lin Tian. At this moment, they wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Tian apart. Lin Tianling smiled. "Do you think my killing formation is just for decoration?" Boom! As his words fell, the 10 corners eternal killing formation boiled. killing lights interweaved, shaking the heavens. Pooh! 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 Under such violent killing intent, the ordinary cultivators from the oceanic tribe who had followed here could not withstand it at all. Under the dense killing lights, they directly exploded one by one. In just a few breaths' time, they had all turned into a bloody mist. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. He's really strong. The expressions of the three great Tao realm experts from the sea tribe changed. Earlier, when the 10 Edges eternal killing formation was activated, it had already caused their hearts to tremble. And now, Lin Tian had activated the killing formation even more intensely. The killing intent was even more terrifying, causing the hearts of the three great experts to tremble even more. Even though they were extremely furious at this moment, they still felt a chill run down their backs, and a sense of unease rose up in them. Kill! Kill! Lin Tian and Baiziki shouted the word kill. The eternal killing light was in front, and the two of them were behind. Their divine might was overwhelming. When facing a great Tao realm expert, even though he was suppressed by the eternal killing formation, Lin Tian did not hold back. He immediately propped up the yin-yang Lotus Sea avatar and activated the High Heaven Sword Scripture at the same time. The might of the avatar and the immortal sword light seemed to want to tear apart the world. Baiziki's body was intertwined with thunder and lightning, and a part of the sky was covered with thunderclouds behind him. Electric arcs were crackling, and it was also a vision in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he propped up the Bai-clan's great celestial king arcane art. His divine shadow was 30 meters tall, and it seemed like it was going to split open the sky. Even a great Tao realm expert would be moved by these two domineering battle prowess. Uft! 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 The eternal killing light worked together with their powerful attacks, causing the three great Tao realm experts from the sea tribe to vomit blood and be sent flying. Lord Crocodile is coming too. Whooshing Crocodile leaped up from Lin Tian's head. Its demonic body was 30 meters long, and the 5-colored wings on its back flapped, sending out a violent hurricane. The hurricane was 5-colored, and it tore through the clouds and space, destroying everything in its path. Back then, it had reached the peak of the Nirvana realm. Now, after its cultivation level had fallen, it had returned to the third heaven of the immortal ascension realm. Its battle prowess was naturally not weak and was extremely powerful. The 5-colored hurricane could be said to be terrifying. The three great Tao realm experts from the sea tribe were once again in trouble. They were enveloped by the 5-colored hurricane, and their bodies were almost torn apart. You guys! The three great Tao realm experts were shocked and furious. They were great Tao realm experts, and they wouldn't care about the two of them and the crocodile in a head-on confrontation. But now, the eternal 10 corners killing formation was suppressing the surroundings. The killing light was too terrifying, and they had to divert more than half of their energy to deal with it. Moreover, they couldn't block it at all. From time to time, they would be struck by the killing light, and blood would splatter. This place will be your burial ground. Lin Tian's expression was cold and callous. Silver light interweaved on the surface of his body, and the divine One Soul art circulated even faster. The eternal 10 corners killing formation seethed even more, and killing light filled the surroundings. Clang! 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 The killing light was like a divine sword, suppressing heaven and earth. This time, the three great Tao realm experts were all in trouble. They were all shattered by the eternal killing light. In the distance, Bai Qiu was astonished and his eyes widened. "Es so powerful!" Ah! The three great Tao realm experts from the sea tribe roared. Their flesh surged, and they once again condensed their bodies. Lin Tianling snorted, took a step forward, and swept the heavenly sword scripture across heaven and earth. The eternal killing light pressed down together with his activation. Baiziki's gaze was cold. The sky of thunderclouds and other phenomena in his spiritual sea moved as well, suppressing heaven and earth. Whooshing crocodile roared. Its demonic body was huge, and it executed a great demonic technique, covering the 3 sea tribe experts below. I didn't expect that Lord Crocodile would actually have to execute a mystical ability against 3 great Tao realm little brats. How embarrassing! As it fought its side, boom! This island trembled. The eternal killing patterns suppressed the 3 great Tao realm experts, causing them to suffer heavy injuries. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, Baiziki, and Whooshing Crocodile's killing auras were also very terrifying. Although they weren't as terrifying as the eternal killing light, they were almost there. When they truly landed, they were enough to threaten the 3 great Tao realm experts. Their prowess was astonishing. Puff, puff, puff. Not long after, the 3 great Tao realm experts from the Sea tribe were once again torn apart in the void. Continue. Lin Tian on Dao. Baiziki didn't say anything. He attacked mercilessly, and the phenomenon in his spiritual sea suppressed the surroundings. Together with the eternal killing light, he slashed forward. Lin Tian's phenomenon in his spiritual sea also unleashed an even stronger prowess, resonating loudly. Whooshing Crocodile's demonic technique became even more terrifying. 5-colored light surged, and a hurricane swept past. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 great Tao realm experts from the Sea tribe were once again torn apart, and blood splattered across the sky. The 3 experts roared. Their torn flesh squirmed and quickly condensed into a physical body. They roared savagely, "Damn it! Our tribe's Sea King Island is nearby. The stronger experts in our tribe will soon sense the abnormality here and chase after us. Before that, all of you will die." Lin Tian's gaze was cold. As he spoke, he said to Baiziki and Whooshing Crocodile, "Attack them with all your might. Together with my eternal killing light, we'll end them." Sea King Island was indeed not far from here. If the stronger experts from the Sea tribe chased after them, it would indeed be very troublesome. Right now, they had to end this battle as soon as possible. Baiziki didn't say anything. He nodded slightly, and the phenomenon in his spiritual sea became even stronger. Endless thunderclouds surged. Lin Tian operated the yin-yang lotus sea, forming a yin-yang lotus diagram that floated high in the sky. Whooshing Crocodile activated the demonic technique, forming a killing pot. There were actually bits of Tao law fluctuations intertwined within it. As a primitive, ferocious beast, it was very sensitive to the Tao of the 5 elements. Moreover, it had once reached the peak of the Nirvana realm. Even though its cultivation level had dropped, there was still an incomplete Tao law power in its body. At this moment, it was manifesting. Clang! The eternal killing formation surged and pressed down fiercely, directly crushing the flesh of the 3 experts who were condensing their physical bodies. It was also at this moment that the 2 people and the crocodile moved at the same time. The killing techniques that they had prepared pressed down together. For a moment, thunderclouds, yin-yang killing light, and great path divine powers all came crashing down at the same time, each enveloping a Sea clan cultivator of the great path. 3 screams of despair could be heard as the divine souls of the 3 cultivators were annihilated. Little Lin's brother-in-law, have you vented your anger?" Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian ignored it. Baiziki also ignored it. "Let's go, let's leave this place." Lin Tian said, "This is the territory of the Sea tribe. Those 3 old things were right. If the stronger experts of the Sea tribe sense us and come after us, we will be in trouble." Baiziki nodded, and Baichio also walked over. Boom! At this moment, the island shook violently, and an extremely terrifying fluctuation pressed down. With a crack, cracks immediately appeared on the eternal killing formation, spreading out in all directions like a spiderweb. Lin Tian's body suddenly shook, and he turned his head to look outside the island. Whooshing Crocodile, Baiziki, and Baichio were also shocked. They all turned their heads, and looked in the direction of Lin Tian's gaze. At this moment, outside the island, a withered old man appeared. He stood in the air, and his hair was blue. He was obviously a powerful existence of the sea tribe. A pair of sunken eyes stared at the three people and the crocodile, and poisonous flames surged in them. The 9 heavens of the great path. Wuxing Crocodile was slightly shocked. Lin Tian naturally felt it too. He did not expect the other experts of the sea tribe to sense the changes in the battle here so quickly and rush over. Go, he growled, and the 3 people and the crocodile quickly retreated. An expert of the 9th heaven of the great path was not someone they could resist. The difference in cultivation was too great. The experts of the sea tribe who came here had already noticed that the auras of their saint and 3 supreme elders had disappeared. Obviously, they had all been killed. At this moment, their bodies were exuding an extremely terrifying, murderous intent, like a beast from hell that had awakened from a deep sleep. The aura around their bodies was extremely violent, causing the void to creak. All of you must die, the expert of the sea tribe said coldly. He took a step toward Lin Tian and the others, blocking them in an instant. Die. With a fierce roar, the sea around the island tumbled, rolling up a monstrous wave. The aura was terrifying. At this moment, other experts of the sea tribe arrived outside the island, one after another. They all came with the 9th heaven of the great path of the sea tribe. These cultivators of the sea tribe stared ahead, their gazes falling on by Ziki and by Chiu. Although they had heard that the siblings had walked out of the gorge of no return, and that the saint and several supreme elders of their clan had come here to suppress them, they were still very surprised to see them with their own eyes. When they saw Lin Tian, they were even more surprised. He's the person in the recent rumors. The siblings walked out of the gorge of no return. But why is the man in the rumors also here? What's their relationship? This group of cultivators of the sea tribe was shocked. There, the saint. Suddenly, a cultivator of the sea tribe spoke in a trembling voice, pointing to the center of the island. There, the corpse of the saint of the sea tribe lay quietly on the ground. Instantly, this group of cultivators of the sea tribe were all shocked. The genius saint of their clan had actually been killed. Boom! Divine power raged, and the murderous intent was terrifying, causing the entire island to shake. The withered old man stood in front of Lin Tian and the others, his expression extremely cold. Behind him, huge waves surging against the heavens. This old man will extract all of your origin energy, then refine your bodies into puppets and enslave you forever, the old man said coldly. With a rumble, the waves rolled down. The terrifying power was enough to make one's heart tremble. It even sealed the space in all directions. The expressions of the 3 people and the crocodile changed at the same time. This attack was too powerful. Kid, what should we do? Wuxing Crocodile glared. Chapter 758. The waves rolled and surged, forming a huge shadow that shrouded the entire island. Lin Tian raised his head, his expression extremely solemn. An expert at the 9th heaven of the great path was too terrifying. How could they resist such an aura? He didn't expect that an existence of this level would appear at this time. This was almost the strongest expert of the sea tribe, second only to Ancestor Wuzhen. Try it, Bai Qiu said. A faint light rushed out of her body and turned into a light bead. It was the steadying water bead that she had obtained in the 2nd heaven. Lin Tian naturally recognized that this bead had a very powerful water-controlling power. He didn't hesitate and directly injected his divine power into it. Activate it together. Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing Crocodile all injected their divine power into it. Boom! The steadying water bead shone brightly, and for a moment, the surrounding sea boiled again. Rolling waves surged up, not much weaker than the waves of the sea tribe expert at the 9th heaven of the great path. With a loud bang, the 2 waves collided. Instantly, More waves splashed out, distorting the void. In an instant, more than half of the island was flooded by the surging sea water. The three people and the crocodile were violently shaken. The blood in their bodies surged, and they almost coughed up blood. "Damn it, this old guy!" Whooshing crocodile cursed. The steadying water bead's ability was not bad, but their cultivation was still too low. They barely blocked the waves of the sea tribe expert at the ninth heaven of the Great Path, but they all suffered some minor injuries. The sea race's withered elder stood in the sky, and his gaze became even more cruel and merciless. "Ants and beasts." With a buzz, he stretched out a big hand, and the demonic light shook and swept over. The three people and the crocodile fought at the same time, but they were repelled again. Lin Tian and Baiziki blocked at the front. Their internal organs spasmed, and blood spilled out of their mouths. "Kid, this is not fun. What should we do?" Whooshing Crocodile was slightly anxious. At this time, the island was already covered by a majestic Tao power. They couldn't even escape. Lin Tian stared at the oceanic species powerhouse in front of him, his expression uncertain. A moment later, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "I'll go alone. Don't come over for the time being. Stay here," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't stop and headed straight for the shriveled old man from the sea tribe. This scene immediately caused Baiziki, Baiqiu, and Whooshing Crocodile's expressions to change. "Kid, are you crazy?" Whooshing Crocodile shouted. "Lin Tian, what are you doing?" Baiqiu Hua's face paled. That was an elite of the ninth heavenly layer of the Great Tao. How could Lin Tian charge over so directly? At the same time, outside the island, the group of Oceanic clan cultivators who had followed them here were also moved. "He's charging directly at our clan's #1 supreme elder. You're courting death. No matter how strong he is and how invincible he is in his generation, he'll only die if he charges over like this. He knows he's going to die. Is he trying to find a chance for his companions to escape? No one can escape. They'll all die." These Oceanic clan cultivators' eyes were filled with shock. Then they became ferocious and sinister. At this time, Lin Tian had already approached the shriveled old man of the Oceanic clan. The golden light around his body was extremely strong. He directly waved his golden iron fist, smashing the void until it collapsed. He ruthlessly punched the Oceanic species' ninth heavenly layer of the great Tao powerhouse. His physical body was extremely strong. Under such a punch, the expressions of the Oceanic species cultivators changed again. They were all shocked. However, this was still only for a moment. In the next moment, the eyes of these Oceanic species cultivators became vicious again. "It's useless. You can only die." A Oceanic species cultivator said sinisterly. The shriveled old man of the Oceanic species had a ruthless expression. His eyes were extremely cruel. "How dare an ant cry to the heavens? You're courting death." With a buzz, he reached out a large hand. The great Tao laws merged together and pressed down on Lin Tian. "Die." His voice was cold as if it came from hell. Baiziki, Baiqiu, and the Whooshing Crocodile's expressions all changed. They all rushed forward. No matter how powerful Lin Tian was, he could not block the palm of a ninth heavenly layer of the great Tao powerhouse that contained Tao laws. After all, he was only at the seventh heavenly layer of the immortal ascension realm. The difference in cultivation was too great. Facing this palm, Lin Tian naturally felt the threat of death. However, he was not afraid. The cold light in his eyes became even stronger. At this time, he forcefully withdrew his fist. With a thought, he called out the Xianqing cauldron. He turned the cauldron upside down and faced the Oceanic species' ninth heavenly layer of the great Tao powerhouse. A huge immortal Lingjing crystal pillar flew out from the cauldron and fell towards the old man. Seeing this, the Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. He stopped charging on the spot. At the same time, a powerful demonic power rushed out of his body and swept by Ziki and by Chiu back. He transmitted his voice to them. Hurry up! Calm your mind! He also did not expect that Lin Tian would take out the immortal Ling Jing crystal pillar that sealed the demonized middle-aged man in the Nirvana realm. This was an extremely dangerous thing. Back then, when they were in that underground space, he and Lin Tian had only taken a glance at it, and they had almost died. Almost at this time, the oceanic species withered elder's hand fell down and pressed down on the huge immortal Ling Jing that sealed the demonized middle-aged man. Ah! A blood-curdling scream sounded immediately. It was mournful and terrifying. The huge hand of the oceanic species, great Tao powerhouse, was instantly enveloped by a terrifying demonic power. His entire arm became as black as ink. Then it shattered and turned into dust that filled the sky and dissipated. Great Elder! Elder! What is that? Is that the immortal Ling Jing? There's someone inside. There's... Outside the island, the oceanic species cultivators stared at the huge immortal Ling Jing that sealed the demonized middle-aged man. Just a moment ago, they were pleasantly surprised by the discovery of the immortal Ling Jing. However, in the next moment, all of them trembled. Their expressions changed. Some became dazed, some became ferocious, and some even waved their swords and slashed at the clansmen next to them. Kill! 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 Among the oceanic species cultivators, a powerhouse roared and lost himself in an instant. The strongest among these oceanic species cultivators was only at the immortal realm. How could they resist the demonized middle-aged man's demonic nature? It should be known that even Lin Tian, who was born as a reincarnated body, almost died. At this time, these oceanic species cultivators were either dazed or roaring crazily. For a moment, some waved their swords and committed suicide, some screamed in horror, and some madly attacked the clansmen next to them. It was as if they had seen their most hated enemy. They attacked ruthlessly and mercilessly. In an instant, streaks of blood exploded. It was demonic and dazzling. Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu were both shocked. Because of the whooshing crocodile's warning, the siblings used their king body's origin to protect their minds. At this time, they were not affected. After seeing this scene, they could not help but be moved, and their expressions changed. What is that thing? Bai Chiu stared at the immortal Ling Jing crystal pillar that sealed the demonized middle-aged man and could not help but shrink her neck. At this time, she and Bai Ziki used their king body's origin to protect their minds. Although they were not affected by the demonic nature, when they looked at the demonized middle-aged man, their hearts still trembled, and a chill ran down their spines. A demonic origin, the whooshing crocodile muttered. Ah! A scream came from the sky. The shriveled old man of the oceanic species held miserably. One of his arms was corroded and shattered by the demonic nature, and he could not regenerate it in a short time. At the same time, the demonic nature entered his body through the severed arm, causing his aura to rapidly decrease. He held his head with one hand and rolled miserably in the void. Lin Tian also felt the pressure at this time. He had thrown the immortal Ling Jing fragment that sealed the demonized middle-aged man at such a close distance. Although he had long used the yin-yang lotus sea to protect his mind, at this time he was still greatly affected. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were throbbing with pain. As for the iron chain around the celestial spirit crystal pillar, it also shocked him. It was too sturdy. After receiving a palm strike from the sea race cultivator of the 9th heaven of the Great Path, it actually did not shatter. It had completely withstood the attack, and only the patterns on it had dimmed slightly. Staring at the immortal Ling Jing crystal pillar, he did not hesitate. He clenched his teeth and summoned the profound azure cauldron, putting it back into the cauldron. He closed the cauldron's lid and summoned the 4 symbols seal at the same time, tightly closing it again. Ah! The shriek was ear-piercing. The oceanic species' 9th heaven Great Path powerhouse was in great trouble. The The demonic nature of the demonized middle-aged man had entered his body. It was really not something he could withstand with his current cultivation. It was madly corroding his heart meridians. In the blink of an eye, his body became even more withered. He could not regenerate his severed arm. It was as if even the soul there had been annihilated. Lin Tian stared at the oceanic species powerhouse. Then he tilted his head and looked at Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu. Protect your mind. Use your strongest attack to kill him. His eyes flashed. A flash of lightning flashed across Bai Ziki's eyes. He looked ahead and nodded. With a boom, divine light surged outside his body. A sea of lightning rushed out from behind him, intertwining with palaces. Thunder God Physique, divine roar palace of the king's region? The whooshing crocodile stared. It was an old monster that had lived for a long time. Naturally, it could recognize this kind of king's territory. However, Bai Ziki's actions weren't over yet. The aura outside his body became even stronger, and a huge thunder silhouette stood up from the divine roar palace that he propped up. It was really like a thunder deity as it slowly pulled out a thunder sword with dazzling light. The divine roar palace was now in its strongest state. The thunder god had pulled out his sword. Wang. On the other side, Bai Qiu stepped forward. A dim light flickered outside her body. A vast and boundless starry sky rushed out from behind her. Immediately, a full moon appeared in the starry sky. It was divine and holy, like the moon in the depths of the universe. It made one's heart palpitate. The whooshing crocodile opened its mouth wide. King's territory, the bright moon in the starry sky? She, the lunar imperial physique. Staring at the king's territory that Bai Qiu propped up, it was so shocked that its jaw almost dropped. Previously, when Bai Qiu claimed that she was very powerful and that even a half-step great Dao powerhouse was no match for her, it didn't believe her and thought that Bai Qiu was bragging. But now it was dumbfounded. The seemingly weak little girl in front of it was actually so powerful. She actually had the lunar imperial physique. These siblings have the thunder god physique and the lunar imperial physique. Are their families going to defy the heavens in the future? It stared. Boom! At this moment, an even stronger divine power rushed out. Chapter 759. As soon as the divine diagram appeared, it shone brightly in all directions, causing the entire sky to shake. It was as if the heaven-splitting, sacred diagram had appeared. What is this? Whooshing crocodile widened his eyes. The divine diagram that Lin Tian was holding up at this moment was too powerful, as if it could suppress heaven and earth. Bai Qiu also stared with wide eyes. It's even stronger than my bright starry sky moon, even stronger than Big Brother's thunder god sword draw. What kind of technique is this? Staring at Lin Tian's divine diagram, she was also extremely shocked. Only Bai Ziki's eyes flashed as he stared straight at Lin Tian. He was the only person here who knew that Lin Tian was a reincarnation physique. He also knew that Lin Tian was holding up the king's territory reincarnation diagram. At this moment, the reincarnation diagram that Lin Tian was holding up was much more powerful than when he saw it in the Bai family's divine territory. It was completely different. Lin Tian looked at Bai Ziki and nodded slightly. Then he looked at the Sea Clan Great Elder, who was rolling in the void and howling in pain. Kill! He spat out this one word. With a boom, the reincarnation diagram behind him shone brightly and pressed down on the Sea Clan Great Elder. Slash! Bai Ziki's expression was cold. With a clang, in the divine roar palace behind him, the thunder sword in Lei Ying's hand pressed down, splitting the void. On the other side, the starry moon that Bai Qiu held up also pressed forward. The starry sky covered everything, and the moon pressed down like a meteorite, crushing the space. Boom! Divine light surged and directly drowned the place. Without a doubt, this was an unparalleled attack. The three kings' physiques displayed the strongest king's territory. That kind of power was no joke. It almost caused the island to crack, and it directly enveloped the Sea Clan Great Elder. With a poof, the scream disappeared. The Sea Clan Great Elder was directly crushed, and his divine soul was also annihilated. When the smoke and dust dissipated, there were still shocking destructive waves intertwined at that location, and spatial turbulence wantonly appeared. A ninth firmament great Tao expert had been killed by 3 people. Whooshing Crocodile was surprised. These 3 guys are really scary. Although the great elder of the sea tribe was heavily injured by the demonized middle-aged man's demonic aura, the might displayed by Lin Tian and the other 2 still shocked him deeply. With this level of cultivation, they were really too powerful. This was especially so for Lin Tian. The reincarnation diagram that he propped up just now still made its heart thump. It was too vast. It looked at Lin Tian. "Brat, what kind of supernatural power did you use just now?" "That's right. What kind of technique is that? So powerful?" Bai Qiu asked. She knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, but the reincarnation diagram that Lin Tian displayed just now shocked her even more. Lin Tian glanced at Bai Ziki and smiled. "It's a secret." The reincarnation diagram could only be seen by dead people and heavenly venerable rank powerhouses. Whooshing Crocodile and Bai Qiu naturally couldn't detect it. Whooshing Crocodile rolled its eyes. Bai Qiu said angrily, "Another secret. You're hiding everything from me. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Bai Qiu, stop fooling around. Bai Ziki said. Bai Qiu stared. Her brother had always disliked Lin Tian, but now he was actually speaking up for Lin Tian. "Ah, kill, 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 kill. Haha, die, all of you die. Ghosts. Don't come over. Get lost, get lost." Screams, laughter, panic, and all kinds of emotional fluctuations came from outside the island. Over there, the group of sea tribe cultivators still couldn't break free from the demonized middle-aged man's demonic aura and were in a mess. Lin Tian glanced at Sea King Island with a serious expression. "Let's go. Leave this place immediately." Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu nodded. Whooshing Crocodile shrunk its monster body and lay on Lin Tian's head again. Lin Tian stepped forward and flew into the distance. As soon as he took a step, his body trembled slightly and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Bai Qiu's expression changed. She asked worriedly, "What happened to you?" "It's nothing. I just suffered a little shock. It's nothing serious." Lin Tian. He had just charged at the Sea Tribe's Grand Elder of the Ninth Heaven of the Great Path and throughout the sealed, demonized, middle-aged man. He had also suffered some backlash from the Sea Tribe's Grand Elder's palm power. His injuries weren't too serious, but they weren't too light either. "Let's find a place to heal first," Bai Ziki said. Lin Tian nodded. The 3 people and 1 crocodile were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled far away and disappeared into the horizon. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. At the outer edge of the island where Lin Tian and the others were fighting, the sea tribe cultivators were still immersed in the demonic interference. More than half of them had died, and their blood dyed the sea red. It was also at this moment that the sound of something breaking through the air came from not far away. In the sea tribe, other great path powerhouses sensed that the auras of their holy sun and the 3 supreme elders had disappeared. They also sensed that the aura of the first supreme elder, who had chased after them, had also disappeared. They were a little flustered. Therefore, another 3 great path powerhouses rushed here. The auras outside their bodies were very shocking. These 3 great path powerhouses were naturally the supreme elders of the sea tribe. When they saw this scene, all of their expressions changed. Then, in an instant, the 3 powerhouses saw that these sea tribe cultivators had fallen into an illusion. "Wake up, all of you!" One of them roared. The power of his divine sense was contained in the sound waves, causing the confused sea tribe cultivators to tremble. Their eyes gradually became clear. This group of sea tribe cultivators who were still alive was in a daze. They looked around. The seawater where they stood was dyed red with blood. Someone was holding a blood-stained saber in his hand that was stained with the blood of his clansmen. His face instantly turned pale, and he threw away the saber in his hand. The hand that was holding the saber couldn't help but tremble. This, what's going on? This group of cultivators was terrified. The 3 supreme elders of the sea tribe who had rushed here were furious. They roared, "All of you, quiet down. What happened here?" Hearing this, the group of sea tribe cultivators trembled. After a while, these sea tribe cultivators' expressions changed again. Someone trembled and said, the saint was killed." The 3 supreme elders who came first were also killed. The great elder. This sea tribe cultivator couldn't continue. Before he lost consciousness, he only saw the great elder suffering and screaming in the void. He didn't know what happened after that. But even so, at this time, the great elder was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he saw the other supreme elders of his lineage rushing over. This sea tribe cultivator vaguely guessed something, and his face became even paler. Who did it? Among the 3 supreme elders of the sea tribe, one of them roared. His killing intent surged, causing the surface of the sea to boil. Such might cause the surviving oceanic species, cultivators, to tremble in fear. Someone trembled and said, It's that pair of siblings. They really came out of the valley of no return. There's also a powerful crocodile demon, and that man in the recent rumors." Immediately, this person trembled as he recounted what he saw. He spoke intermittently, but it was very detailed. The 3 supreme elders of the sea tribes' faces became extremely ferocious. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were as frightening as ghosts. "Bastards!" one of them roared angrily. "Their generation's paragon-level genius, holy sons, one at the 3rd firmament of the great Tao, 2 at the 2nd firmament of the great Tao, and 1 at the 9th firmament of the great Tao, had died here within the territory of their own clan. How humiliating was this? What kind of loss was this? Damn it! Kill! We must kill them!" Angry roars intertwined in this space, stirring up violent winds and stormy waves. After Lin Tian and the others stepped out of the island, they were far away from the territory of the sea tribe. Not long after, they walked out of the vast ocean and entered a remote old mountain. Lin Tian found a secluded place inside. Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing Crocodile stood guard. He spent about 6 hours to completely recover from his previous injuries. This time those little bastards from the Sea clan should be so angry that they're crying. A holy son and 3 grand elders are dead, and there's even a 9th firmament great Tao cultivator among them. Such losses are really tsk. Wuxing Crocodile shook his head and said, "Serves them right." Bai Qiu snorted. The sea tribe had almost killed her and her brother. Naturally, she was not happy about this bloodline. Lin Tian smiled and stood up from the ground. He stretched his legs and bones and felt that his essence, energy, and spirit had become stronger. That's right. Bai Qiu looked at Lin Tian and asked with concern, "I heard from the sea tribe that you were being pursued by the ant tribe, insect tribe, blood wolf tribe, bone tribe, and stone god tribe. What's going on?" These large tribes are all top tribes in this heavenly realm, especially the stone god tribe. They're one of the top forces in this heavenly realm. Although the siblings had kept a low profile after coming to this heavenly realm, they were very clear about the situation in this heavenly realm. At the side, Bai Ziki also looked at Lin Tian with confusion. The ant tribe, blood wolf tribe, dark shadow tribe, bone tribe, witch tribe, and stone god tribe. These young paragons and saints of these large tribes provoked me for no reason and were all killed by me. Naturally, these large tribes could not sit still. He said casually. Then his expression became slightly gloomy. He looked at Baichio and said, "As for the insect tribe." He paused and continued. "You stayed in an ordinary village before. That village, do you still remember?" "Yes, yes. Of course I remember. My brother and I dug up a lunar origin stone there. I used that lunar origin stone to cultivate, and my cultivation improved a lot after that. There was a group of little fellows in the village. They were all very interesting. I taught them a set of our by family's basic fist techniques. They chased after me all day and called me master. Also, little AI was the cutest. She stuck to me all day. Before I left, I gave her my personal jade. It can nourish her body and blood. I want to wait until she is a little older before I come back to teach her real techniques and take her on the path of cultivation." Baichio was excited when he mentioned that small village. Then he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Lin Tian in surprise. How do you know? You've been there?" Seeing Baichio so excited, Lin Tian's eyes dimmed. "That place is no longer there. The people in the village were all killed by the insect tribe." Chapter 760. Listening to Lin Tian's words, the excitement on Baichio's face suddenly disappeared. He was stunned, and the smile on his face became a little stiff. What are you talking about? How could they all be dead? Don't say such things, it's not good at all." Lin Tian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Baiziki frowned and looked at Lin Tian. "Are you sure?" Lin Tian nodded. "Therefore I slaughtered more than 20 branches of the insect race in succession, killed their young supreme beings, killed their 3 supreme elders, and seized their most powerful Tao weapons," he said in a low voice. Baiziki frowned even tighter. He turned his head and looked at his sister next to him. "Then what about those children?" Baichio asked Lin Tian. Lin Tian was silent. What can he say? Baichio's voice trembled slightly. "What about little AI?" Lin Tian's face was even more gloomy, and he clenched his fists. As Baichio mentioned, little AI was the cutest. When he was in the small village, the little girl always stuck to him. However, in the end, he couldn't save the cute little girl. The little girl was only 5 years old. Baichio's body trembled slightly. Obviously, he understood Lin Tian's silence. His eyes were wet. Baiziki wanted to comfort Baichio, but he didn't know how to comfort him. He naturally knew that his younger sister liked those little fellows in the village very much. She liked the little girl, called little AI even more. When they parted, she gave the precious jade that she had worn for more than 10 years to the little girl. But now those little fellows were gone, and little AI was also dead. Lin Tian also felt uncomfortable. He felt very depressed. "I buried the villagers in the mountains outside the village. Little AI is also there," he said. "The 4th heaven is very vast." On this day, the weather was slightly gloomy. Thin clouds covered the scorching sun, and Lin Tian and the others were in a bad mood. On this day, 3 people and 1 alligator appeared in an old forest on a green mountain. The green mountain was very ordinary. The air was clear, but the spiritual energy wasn't dense. Ahead of them, a small tomb lay horizontally, bleak and desolate. These small tombs were the tombs of the villagers of the small village. They had been erected by Lin Tian, and now they had returned to this place. Baichio squatted at the front and looked at little AI's small grave. His tears fell uncontrollably. She liked that little girl the most. She had planned to personally teach the little girl the true grand arts after she became stronger and the little girl grew up. It wouldn't even be a problem for her to bring the little girl back to the clan. But now, little AI was no longer here. She was only 5 years old. How could this be? She choked with sobs. Lin Tian stood next to him, and Baiziki stood next to him. "This isn't over," Baiziki said. He had always been a calm person, but now that he had said those words, it was obvious that he was very angry. At this time, looking at this group of small graves and seeing his sister crying so sadly, killing intent naturally intertwined in his heart. Finished my ass. Let's slaughter these F** curs. Whooshing crocodile cursed. Lin Tian took a deep breath, and a murderous light flickered in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Previously I've killed more than 20 branch tribes of this bloodline in succession. Now, all of their branch tribes have gathered together and moved to the central main tribe. There's a Wujin realm powerhouse guarding there. With our current strength, we can't directly kill our way into the central main tribe." Baiziki's eyes were cold. "We'll think about it at length." The 3 people and 1 crocodile stayed here for a long time before they left. Not long after, they appeared on a main road. Baichio's mood was very low. Lin Tian and Baiziki wanted to comfort her, but in the end, they didn't say anything. This road was very wide. There were cultivators walking by in the distance, and their vitality was not weak. "It's too bloody. More than 200 people were all killed. Their flesh and blood were all eaten clean. It's really... The insect race has really gone crazy. They're really willing to do anything to force that ruthless person out." The young Supreme Being was slaughtered. 3 Supreme Elders were killed. Their strongest Tao weapon was taken away, and more than 20 branch tribes were slaughtered. Not long ago, for great path powerhouses died. It would be strange if they didn't go crazy. They deserve it. This bloodline is disgusting. It's best if they're all dead. However, speaking of which, why did this bloodline suddenly kill their way to that small barbarian tribe? What does that place have to do with that ruthless person? I heard that there's a young barbarian in that small tribe. This barbarian once traveled with that ruthless person and seems to be that ruthless person's friend. The insect race obviously wants to capture this barbarian to threaten that ruthless person into submission. That's a small branch tribe of the barbarian race. Aren't the insect race afraid that the main tribe of the barbarian race will start a war with them? There are more than 200 people and more than 70 families. They're far from the main tribe of the barbarian race. Their strength is very average. This is far from being a qualified branch tribe. It's more like an ordinary village. It's too insignificant. The main tribe of the barbarian race probably won't start a war with the insect race for such an ordinary branch tribe. After all, a war between large tribes is no joke. After all, the barbarian race's strength is slightly weaker than the other large tribes. Among the large tribes, it seems that this bloodline is the only one without a young supreme being. The insect race should be aware of this, which is why they dare to be so unscrupulous and directly slaughter that place. Sigh. The group of cultivators discussed softly and some sighed. At this time, Lin Tian and the others were still quite far away from this group of cultivators. However, the cultivation of this group of people was very strong. Naturally, this group of cultivators heard all the words of this group of cultivators without missing a word. Instantly, Lin Tian's expression changed. "Kid, this has something to do with you?" Whooshing Crocodile was slightly stunned. Baiziki's expression changed. Even the depressed Baichio's expression changed. They all looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was shocked and anxious. At this time, he didn't say a word. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the group of cultivators in the distance. He directly grabbed one of them and said, "What did you say just now? What happened to that barbarian race branch tribe?" When he first came to this heavenly realm, he stayed in a small barbarian race branch tribe for a night. There he met Fanning Xiong. Fanning Xiong was simple and honest. They went through a relic together. How could he not be anxious when he heard this now? You are... Naturally, the cultivators that were able to recognize Lin Tian as the recently rumored ruthless character. Their faces sank. That was especially true of the young cultivator that Lin Tian had captured. His face turned pale and he nearly fainted on the spot. "Speak. Lin Tian roared in a low voice. This young cultivator trembled with fear and told him about the small barbarian race branch tribe being slaughtered by the insect race. When did this happen? This young cultivator couldn't stop trembling. No, not long ago, just 5-10 hours ago. Fanning Xiong, where is that young barbarian? I don't know. I think he saved his life with the help of other barbarian race members. No, I don't know where he went. There are insect race experts chasing after him. This young cultivator was trembling. Lin Tian was shocked and angry. He pushed this young cultivator away and didn't have time to say anything to Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu. Golden light shone out of his body and streaked across the sky like a bolt of golden lightning, rushing toward the small barbarian race branch tribe. Bai Ziki's face darkened. He and Bai Chiu stepped out together and chased after Lin Tian. Lin Tian was very fast. Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu weren't much slower. They traveled at top speed. After crossing dozens of large mountains and old forests, they appeared in a relatively remote mountain range. The spirit chi here was relatively abundant, and there were plenty of plants. They could vaguely hear the roars of beasts, and the thick smell of blood floated in the air. Lin Tianyi walked for dozens of feet and soon stopped. In front of them was a very small branch tribe. There were dozens of stone houses here, but at this moment the stone houses were all in ruins. The ground was covered in bright red blood, and there were eerie white bones. The flesh and blood had been gnawed away. It was a ghastly sight, and it made one shiver at the sight of it. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with hostility, and his killing intent was as deep as the sea. He had stayed here for a night, and the barbarians here had warmly welcomed him. Although it was because he had saved the lives of a few people of this small tribe, but the barbarians here were all very generous, which made him have a good impression on them. But now, because of him, this small branch tribe of the barbarians had been slaughtered to the point that they died in such a miserable manner. The honest Fanning Xiong was missing, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. This made him shocked and angry. Bai Ziki looked ahead and frowned. Bai Chiu's face was also very unpleasant. The ordinary village there had been destroyed by the insect tribe, and now this small branch tribe of the barbarians that was related to Lin Tian had been slaughtered by the insect tribe. This made her sad and angry. Boom! At this moment, a shocking wave of divine power suddenly came from afar. Dozens of figures rushed over, either holding stone clubs or wolf hammers. They were all filled with murderous intent, and their auras were very strong, especially the three people at the front. Although they had beards and looked like old men, the waves of blood chi were very shocking. They were like savage beasts, and in the blink of an eye, they had crossed over to this place. The three people and one alligator turned their heads at the same time, looking at the newcomers with vigilance. Among this group of people, many of them were wearing animal skins, exposing their bare arms. Their muscles were very strong and shocking. The hostility in Lin Tian's eyes dissipated. He looked at the newcomers, and his gaze fell on the three people at the front. Barbarian seniors. These dozens of figures were indeed barbarian cultivators. After rushing here and seeing Lin Tian, they were all shocked. Now, Lin Tian's name had already spread throughout the fourth heaven. These barbarian cultivators naturally recognized Lin Tian. Moreover, they rushed here after hearing that a small branch tribe had suffered a disaster. They also knew that Lin Tian was related to this place. It's you. The three old men in the lead stared at Lin Tian, all of them exuding Tao law fluctuations. They were three great Tao realm powerhouses. Lin Tian could feel the strength of the three people. He opened his mouth and said, "I'm sorry, because of me, this place." If it weren't for him, the barbarian branch tribe here wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. The three old men glanced at the blood-stained small branch tribe here, and their expressions were naturally ugly. Finally, their eyes fell on Lin Tian. "Hero, that child mentioned you to us several times. Back then, You saved the lives of several people here. We all know about it. We can't blame you for this." Behind the three old men, dozens of figures looked around at the small branch tribe here. All of them were filled with killing intent, and they were incomparably angry. Damn those bugs! Everyone was furious. Chapter 761. Lin Tian was very worried about Fan Ningxiong and was very anxious. However, when he heard the words of the burly barbarian, he couldn't help but be shocked. The three old men in front of him were the barbarian tribe's chief and the two supreme elders of this lineage. Their lineup was really impressive. The words of the burly barbarian revealed Fan Ningxiong's importance to the barbarian tribe. He was the hope of this generation of the barbarian tribe. This moved him. It seemed that Fan Ningxiong's identity in the barbarian tribe was very extraordinary. Hearing the burly barbarian's words, the barbarian tribe's chief and the two supreme elders were moved. They also reacted. Yes, find the hero. Let's find the hero first. The barbarian tribe's chief bared half of his chest. He was wearing a gray, ancient beast armor, and his vitality was very strong. Beside him, the two supreme elders of this lineage also nodded. Although they were incomparably furious after seeing their dead tribesmen, at this moment, Fan Ningxiong might still be alive. Their thoughts all fell on Fan Ningxiong. "I'll go too." Lin Tian stepped forward and said. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Fan Ningxiong was very honest. They were already friends. Now that his friend had gone missing and his whereabouts were unknown, he was naturally very anxious. The barbarian tribe's chief and the two supreme elders looked at Lin Tian. Among them, the barbarian tribe's chief said, "Thank you, little brother." "Senior, you're too polite. This is my responsibility." Lin Tian shook his head. "Little brother, you don't have to blame yourself. Hero has returned to the central main tribe several times. Every time he would mention you to us. We also know some of your recent deeds. Us old fellows are very happy that Hero has a friend like you." One of the supreme elders of the barbarian tribe who came here said. The barbarian tribe was heroic and honest by nature. Lin Tian had slaughtered more than 20 branch tribes of the insect race in anger for an ordinary village, making an enemy of the entire insect race alone. The barbarian tribe naturally liked such a righteous person and had a good impression of him. Lin Tian nodded and didn't say anything else. "We'll help too," Baiziki said. Bai Qiu was depressed because of AI's death and the disappearance of the small village. Now that Lin Tian's friend was in trouble, he felt even worse. He also nodded to the barbarian tribe leader and the two Taishan elders to help find Fan Ningxiong's whereabouts. The barbarian tribe patriarch and the two grand elders cupped their fists towards Baiziki and Bai Qiu. "This old man thanks you in advance." "Patriarch, elder, let's move quickly," a barbarian cultivator asked. The tribe leader of the Berserker tribe and the two Grand Supreme elders nodded one after another. They exchanged glances with Lin Tian and the others, then swept their gazes over the small branch of the Berserker tribe that was dyed red by blood. In the end, they left in different directions at an incredibly fast speed. Lin Tian imprinted Fan Ningxiong's appearance into the sea of consciousness of Baiziki, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing Crocodile. The three of them and the crocodile worked together and spread out their powerful divine senses, searching for traces of Fan Ningxiong while moving quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. In these 5 days, the three of them and the crocodile had traveled to many places. In order not to attract the attention of the Blood Wolf tribe and other cultivators while searching for Fan Ningxiong, Lin Tian even used a special technique to conceal his true appearance. However, in the end, he did not find anything. Lin Tian's expression did not look good. His sea of consciousness was boiling, and his powerful divine senses were comparable to that of a cultivator of the Great Path, extending in all directions. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. After a full 7 days, they still could not find any trace of Fan Ningxiong. On this day, The three of them and the crocodile returned and met up with the barbarian tribe patriarch, the two grand elders, and some other barbarian cultivators in the small branch of the berserker tribe that had been slaughtered. This was the time they had agreed upon when they had split up to search for Fanningseong. They would reunite in the small branch after 7 days because someone might have found Fanningseong within these 7 days. This way, they could inform the others who were searching in time. Even if they did not find Fanningseong, they would need to exchange information in time. How is it? Lin Tian asked. No clues. We can't find him. The barbarian tribe patriarch shook his head. What about you? Lin Tian was silent and shook his head. Tribe patriarch, we can't find him. We can't find any trace of the hero. We can't find him either. The group of barbarian cultivators shook their heads. The barbarian tribe patriarch and the two grand supreme elders looked disappointed, and they clenched their fists. Don't! At this time, the mountain range near the small branch of the berserker tribe suddenly shook, and densely packed figures appeared. There were about a few hundred of them, and they rushed over like a torrent. All of them were roaring loudly. Among this group of figures, 2 old men with messy hair walked at the forefront. They looked like old savages in the barren mountains, but the aura surrounding their bodies was very shocking. The blood and qi they exuded were as strong as ancient beasts, and their Tao law fluctuations intertwined. In the blink of an eye, this group of figures rushed over. Second Grand Supreme Elder, Third Supreme Elder, the barbarian tribe patriarch greeted them. The 2 old men with messy hair walked over and glanced at the small branch covered in blood. They nodded at the barbarian tribe patriarch and the other 2 grand supreme elders, and their eyes suddenly fell on Lin Tian. Little brother Lin Tian. Fanningseong had returned to the main tribe of the barbarian tribe several times and mentioned Lin Tian. Some of the big figures of the barbarian tribe naturally knew Lin Tian's name. Lin Tian nodded and then said, Greetings, seniors. It's really you. The hero has mentioned you to us several times. The second and third supreme elders of the barbarian tribe nodded at Lin Tian, and then looked at the barbarian tribe patriarch and the other 2 grand supreme elders. Among them, the second supreme elder asked, How is it? Our clansmen are in trouble. We heard that the hero is still alive, so the grand supreme elder asked us to come out of seclusion and come here. Have you found the hero? The barbarian tribe patriarch and the other 2 grand supreme elders shook their heads, and the other barbarian cultivators looked pale. We've been looking for him for 7 days, but there's no clue, the barbarian tribe patriarch said. The second supreme elder of the barbarian tribe had an ugly expression, while the third supreme elder straightened his eyes and glared at the barbarian tribe patriarch. What did we tell you before we went into seclusion? We asked you to bring the hero child to the main tribe. Why did you leave him here? Although the barbarian tribe patriarch looked like an old man and was also a great Tao expert, his seniority was 1 or 2 generations lower than the grand supreme elders in the tribe. At this moment, being reprimanded like this, he naturally could not say anything and stood aside with his head lowered. Third supreme elder, it's not the tribe patriarch's fault. It's the hero child who insisted on staying here, saying that this is the place where he grew up. He can't bear to part with his uncles and friends, and he can't bear to part with this small piece of land. The tribe patriarch had no choice. A burly man at the 7th level of immortal ascension said. The third supreme elder's eyes were still fixed. Even so, he should have sent experts to guard this place. Why didn't he do that? That might expose the uniqueness of this place. If someone sets their eyes on the hero child, it will cause trouble instead. The burly man said in a low voice. The third supreme elder glared angrily, and he was so angry that his Tao law fluctuated chaotically. When Lin Tian saw this scene, he felt even more how important Fanningseong was to the barbarian tribe. The barbarian tribe valued him, so much that hundreds of their tribesmen had charged over. The barbarian tribe patriarch and 4 great Dao realm Grand Supreme Elders had personally come. This treatment was even better than the treatment that the young paragons and saints of the other large tribes received. Hundreds of barbarian tribe cultivators followed behind the 2nd Supreme Elder and the 3rd Supreme Elder. All of them had thick blood chi, and many of them were burly men. Most of them had half of their chests exposed, and their skin was bronze. Their muscles were like dragons, giving off a powerful feeling. At this moment, when they saw the small tribe's ground covered in blood and the bones of their tribesmen who had their flesh and blood devoured, and heard that important tribesmen had gone missing and their fate was unknown, the eyes of this group of barbarian tribe cultivators turned red, and the veins on many of their foreheads throbbed. Damn those bugs! How dare they bully us like this? Elders, tribe patriarch, we can't let this go. Our tribesmen can't bleed for nothing. We can't be bullied like this. Let's fight, elders. Kill our way to the main tribe of the insect tribe and overturn them. Kill them all. Smash them all to death. The hundreds of barbarian tribe cultivators were enraged. Powerful waves of divine power and true origin intertwined in this space. This group of barbarian tribe cultivators all had powerful battle chis. F*CK, the 3rd Supreme Elder of the barbarian tribe, had an extremely fiery temper. At this moment he also roared, I want to kill them all. F*King Insect Tribe, I want to kill all of them. Kill. Let's fight. Attack the insect tribe's nest. This group of barbarian tribe cultivators roared angrily. Lin Tian was moved. Although this group of barbarian tribe cultivators' combat power was not as strong as his, by Qiu, by Ziki and Wuxing Crocodile, when these hundreds of people roared together, their battle chis were very powerful. Most importantly, they were angry because of the deaths of their tribe members, which was very infectious. The 2nd Supreme Elder of the barbarian tribe's hair was messy, and his face was very gloomy. We barbarian tribe have never taken the initiative to fight with others. We only have savage beasts as our companions. Even if we are known as the weakest among the several large tribes, it is nothing. We have never cared about it and have never had a grudge against the insect tribe. But now the insect tribe has bullied our tribe and massacred our tribe, causing our precious children to be nowhere to be found. How can we let this go? We must make them pay the price. The 2nd Supreme Elder of the barbarian tribe's words were not loud, but they were filled with dense killing intent. Kill. Crush them all to death. These F*King dogs, the hundreds of barbarian tribe cultivators roared. The 2nd Supreme Elder of the barbarian tribe looked at the hundreds of people here. Leave some of you to continue searching for the whereabouts of the heroes. The rest of you return to the main tribe and wave your blades at the insect tribe. The 2nd Supreme Elder of the barbarian tribe's cultivation was very strong. He was at the 7th heaven of the great Tao. At this time his body exuded an aura like that of a ferocious beast. Our tribe members bled for no reason, so we will pay with blood. Hearing the 2nd Supreme Elder's words, the hundreds of barbarian tribe cultivators roared again and waved the wolf hammer weapons in their hands wildly. That's how it should be. Kill all those F*King dogs. The 3rd Supreme Elder roared. The chief of the barbarian tribe and the other 2 Supreme Elders who arrived first also clenched their fists. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and their battle chis were boiling. They knew very well that since the 2nd Supreme Elder had spoken at this time, his meaning was clear. Before they came, the 1st Supreme Elder and the ancestor of the tribe had already made this decision. Hearing the angry roars of the barbarian tribe cultivators, Lin Tian and the others felt their blood boiling. Seniors, count us in when you kill the insect tribe. Lin Tian stepped forward. The insect tribe had destroyed that small village and killed all the villagers, including little AI. They had been his and by Ziki's enemies for a long time. Now, This bloodline had slaughtered the small branch tribe of his friend Fanningseong. Old grudges and new grudges were settled together. He had to go on this trip to kill the insect tribe. Chapter 762. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the barbarian great Dao realm experts nodded. Good. You're a hero. The elders were not surprised that Lin Tian wanted to attack the insect race's main tribe. Back then, Lin Tian dared to brandish a butcher's knife at the insect race alone. Now that their tribe was going to attack the insect race's main tribe, how could Lin Tian not join them? Slaughter these bastards! Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian did not say anything and stood quietly. The barbarian great Dao realm experts turned around and looked at the small tribe that had been slaughtered. All of them clenched their fists. The next moment, the second elder with messy hair roared. His voice shook the sky. Then the other barbarian great Dao realm cultivators roared as well. The clouds in the sky seemed to be torn apart, and the ferocious beasts in the nearby mountains and forests trembled in fear. This was a ritual used by the barbarian great Dao realm to send off their dead tribesmen. Lin Tian stared at the small branch of the Berserker tribe. The ground was covered in blood, and there were white bones everywhere. Some of the skeletons still had remnants of their auras intertwined with each other. He could still vaguely remember that the owners of those skeletons had toasted him that night. "I will avenge all of you," he whispered in his heart. His eyes shone brightly as he shifted his gaze away from the small tribe and looked at the sky beyond the mountains. He believed that Fanningseong should still be alive. After all, how could a treasure that the barbarian great Dao realm coveted die so easily? Return to the main tribe and offer sacrifices to the barbarian blade. The loud roar sounded again. On this day, the second elder of the barbarian great Dao realm ordered 100 barbarian great Dao realm experts to stay behind and continue searching for Fanningseong's whereabouts. The rest returned to the main tribe. Lin Tian and the others were naturally invited by the barbarian great Dao realm elders. Following the barbarian great Dao realm cultivators, Lin Tian and the others traversed the mountains. Not long after, 3 towering mountains appeared in front of them. In the valley between the 3 mountains was a huge tribe. There were stone houses built from squarish stones. They looked very ordinary, but they exuded a majestic atmosphere. There was a faint aura of time intertwined around them. Clearly, these stone houses had existed for a very long time. The main tribe of the barbarian race. Lin Tian muttered to himself, "Roar!" Right at this moment, a low roar was heard, and the earth couldn't help but tremble. Near the main tribe of the barbarian tribe, a 15 feet tall savage beast was striding forward. It was a scarlet silver tiger. Its body was intertwined with silver patterns, and even its eyes were silver. The demonic aura of this silver-red tiger was astonishingly thick, and there was actually a faint fluctuation of Dao laws intertwining. It walked over step by step, giving people a huge sense of oppression, as if a demon mountain was pressing down on them. At the same time, there were also savage beasts that were several feet tall walking in other directions. There were more than 10 of them, and their demonic auras were very strong. There was also a faint fluctuation of Dao law. These savage beasts were near the main tribe of the barbarian race, but the main tribe of the barbarian race did not react at all. When the barbarian race cultivators saw these savage beasts, they did not show any fear. Some even showed respect. Lin Tian frowned, slightly puzzled. These savage beasts were all half a step into the great Dao realm, and they seemed to get along very well with the barbarian race. As if seeing his puzzlement, the Whooshing Crocodile said at this moment, "The barbarian race has a habit of feeding savage beasts since ancient times. They start raising them by their side when they are young. When the young grow up, they will naturally become close to the barbarian race and become a member of the barbarian race." Lin Tian nodded. "So that's how it is. Near the main tribe of the barbarian race, More than 10 savage beasts that were half a step into the great Tao realm had obviously discovered the return of the second elder and the others, and they all looked over. Among them, the silver-red tiger let out a low roar at the second elder of the barbarian race, and a fluctuation of divine sense was transmitted. "The tribesmen there have all been killed." The second elder of the barbarian race said, "Hero, that child has not been found yet." Roar. The silver-red tiger's roar was clearly several times louder. It shook the mountains, and the demonic aura it emitted was also stronger. At the same time, the other 10 savage beasts also let out roars. Lin Tian felt that there was a murderous intent intertwined, and it was very shocking. The second elder of the barbarian race looked at this group of powerful savage beasts and said, "Of course, we won't let it go just like that." The 10 savage beasts let out a loud roar again, and they stared at the few great Tao realm masters of the barbarian race. "When the war starts, we should all fight together," the second elder of the barbarian race said. After saying that, the second elder of the barbarian race did not say anything more. Together with the other barbarian race masters, they all looked at Lin Tian and the others. "Brother Lin, my friends, we've made you wait outside the tribe with us for a long time. Please come in." These barbarian race masters were very polite to Lin Tian and the others because Lin Tian was Fan Yingxiong's friend and had saved the lives of several of their tribesmen. After Fan Yingxiong mentioned Lin Tian several times, these heroic barbarian race masters had long regarded Lin Tian as one of their own. Naturally, these barbarian race masters also treated Lin Tian's friends equally. On the way into the main tribe, the barbarian race master introduced the 10 savage beasts to Lin Tian and the others. When Hero was still very young, he would always play with them when he came to the main tribe. When he grew up and began to cultivate, he would often fight with them. They all care about that child very much. Now that Hero's whereabouts are unknown, they are as angry as we are. Lin Tian nodded. No wonder those savage beasts had emitted such a strong murderous intent. Following the barbarian race elders, Lin Tian and the others came to a spacious hall in the main tribe of the barbarian race. An old man with a white beard walked out. He was dressed in animal skin clothes and looked very old, but the fluctuations of his qi and blood were extremely strong. The 8th heaven of the Great Path. Wuxing Crocodile narrowed his eyes. The barbarian race master and the rest of the barbarian race looked at the old man with a white beard. Great Elder. The old man with a white beard was the number 1 great elder of the barbarian race. He first nodded to the barbarian race masters. Then his gaze suddenly fell on Lin Tian, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. "Little friend Lin Tian." Lin Tian greets Elder. Lin Tian bowed slightly. The great elder of the barbarian race was like the rest of the barbarian race. He was very warm to Lin Tian. Good man." Fan Yingxiong had mentioned Lin Tian many times, so the great elder naturally knew about Lin Tian. Lin Tian introduced by Ziki and by Chiu to the great elder of the barbarian race. The great elder of the barbarian race naturally treated them warmly. On this day, Lin Tian and the others were very important guests to the barbarian race. However, there was no banquet to welcome them. This was because everyone was filled with killing intent towards the insect race. Everyone was worried about Fan Yingxiong, so a banquet was naturally not suitable. The 3rd elder was very hot-tempered. "Great Elder, let's attack the insect race. I'm going to kill these F** curs. The ancestor has already made a decision. The blood of our people will not be spilled in vain. We have prepared all our forces." The great elder of the barbarian race said. The voice of the old man with a white beard was not loud and did not have a strong killing intent. However, there was a sense of determination in his voice, which made Lin Tian's blood boil. He clenched his fist slightly. The barbarian race was going to attack the main tribe of the insect race for the sake of a small branch tribe with a population of about 200 people. It seemed that the insect race had never thought of this. At the same time, there was a flash of light in his eyes. The barbarian race was heroic and righteous. It was inevitable that they would be angry when their people were massacred. However, he guessed that the reason why they did not hesitate to attack the main tribe of the insect race was most likely because of Fanningseong. The insect race massacred the small branch tribe, causing Fanningseong's whereabouts to be unknown. This was probably the heart of the barbarian race. Senior, when are we going to attack? Can you give me a few days? I would like to engrave a few killing formation platforms. He said, since they were going to exterminate a large tribe, it was natural for them to make more preparations. The great elder of the barbarian race looked at Lin Tian and was slightly surprised. Young friend, you can engrave killing formation platforms. As he spoke, the old man suddenly seemed to remember something. Yes, rumor has it that you are a formation manipulator above the 6th rank. The old man looked at Lin Tian and said, we will depart in about 3 days. Young friend, do you think there is enough time? Lin Tian nodded. 3 days was enough. With his current cultivation and soul power, 3 days was enough for him to engrave 20 mature, eternal killing formation platforms. On this day, the barbarian race prepared a place for the 3 people and 1 crocodile to rest. They also prepared food and did not disturb them. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the middle of a stone house. He took out 20 black water stone platforms from his stone ring and operated the heavenly one soul art. A faint silver soul light jumped along with his fingertips and imprinted on the black water stone, hiding in the black water stone. The black water stone could store the formation patterns in advance. It was the best stone to engrave the killing formation platforms. Bai Ziki, Bai Chiu, and Wuxing Crocodile were all here. Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu sat on one side and watched. Wuxing Crocodile was lying on a stone bed on the other side. Speaking of which, young fellow Lin, that barbarian race friend of yours is very unusual. He actually made the barbarian race treat him so well. This is much better than the treatment of the young supremes and the so-called holy sons of the other major races. Wuxing Crocodile said at this time, according to Master Crocodile's estimation, your barbarian race friend is either a peerless monster with heaven-defying talent, or he is very likely to have a king body. Do you know the specific situation? Lin Tian paused, shook his head slightly, and said, I don't know. He could naturally feel that the barbarian race valued Fanningseong very much. Previously, a strong barbarian race man had said that Fanningseong was the hope of their generation. However, he didn't know the specific situation of Fanningseong, and it was naturally inappropriate for him to ask about such things. Moreover, there was no need to ask. No matter what the specific situation of Fanningseong was, the other party was his friend. Don't disturb him. Bai Chiu said to Wuxing Crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile rolled his eyes. At this time, he didn't argue with Bai Chiu and became quiet. Lin Tian seriously engraved the eternal killing rune. Soon, 3 days passed. In 3 days, he rested 6 times in the middle. Each time, he rested for 2 hours to adjust his breathing. After 3 days, he engraved 20 eternal killing rune platforms. He divided these killing runes into 5 for Bai Ziki, 5 for Bai Chiu, and 5 for Wuxing Crocodile. He kept 5 for himself. Roar! The beast's roar shook the sky, and the earth couldn't help but shake. On this day, the main barbarian race, which was the barbarian race's main tribe, was filled with shouts of killing intent. Numerous barbarian race experts stood out, either holding broadswords, wolf hammers, or stone axes. Lin Tian and the others walked out of the stone house. Looking at these barbarian race experts, their blood couldn't help but boil. Little friend Lin, friends, are you ready? The great elder of the barbarian race looked over. Lin Tian nodded. Everything was ready. Good. The great elder of the barbarian race nodded and looked at the barbarian race cultivators. A debt of blood shall be paid with blood. Boys, kill. 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 The barbarian race cultivators roared, and their killing intent was shocking. Chapter 763. The main tribe of the barbarian tribe was enveloped by the soaring battle aura. The barbarian warriors roared loudly, their voices shaking the sky and the earth. The 3 mountains outside the main tribe of the barbarian tribe seemed to be shaking. Charge! The great elder of the barbarian tribe let out a low roar. Instantly, all the barbarian warriors moved. Some rode on their armored horses on the ground, while others flew in the sky. The entire tribe was dark, and everyone's vitality was very strong. What a group of ferocious barbarians! Whooshing Crocodile muttered. Looking over, the barbarian cultivators were dark, and it was difficult to count how many of them there were. Most of them had half of their chests exposed, and their muscles were strong. Divine power and vital essence waves intertwined, and great Tao waves also spread out. Lin Tian followed the barbarian tribe cultivators as he observed them seriously. Among this group of barbarian tribe cultivators, there were a total of 10 great Tao realm cultivators, and there were also quite a number of half-step great Tao realm cultivators. There were close to 20 savage beasts at this level, not to mention the barbarian tribe's own half-step great Tao realm cultivators. And this was not the full strength of the barbarian race. They were only warriors who were attacking the insect tribe. At this moment, there were still other great Tao realm experts guarding the main tribe of the barbarian tribe, who said that the barbarian race is the weakest among the major races. His eyes lit up. From this momentum, the barbarian race had at least 13 great Tao realm experts and hundreds of half-step great Tao realm experts. This was much stronger than the insect tribe, the ant tribe, the dark shadow tribe, and the blood wolf tribe. It was not much weaker than the bone tribe and other major factions. Boom! The void was trembling and the earth was shaking. Marching towards the insect tribe, this group of barbarian warriors was very high profile. They did not hide at all and just crossed the void. Their armored horses stepped on the ground, and with soaring killing intent, they charged towards the main tribe of the insect tribe. This caused many cultivators to widen their eyes. There are great Tao realm experts among the barbarian cultivators. There are actually 10 of them. What a powerful aura! Are the barbarians so powerful? Oh my God, what is this tribe going to do? The cultivators who saw this all widened their eyes. The densely packed barbarian tribe cultivators walked out of the main tribe at the center. They walked out of the mountains, stepped through the void, and pressed down on the ground. All of them carried a shocking killing intent. All of them had extremely powerful blood chi, and they were like wild beasts, causing many cultivators to tremble in fear. Some of the cultivators stared at the group of barbarian tribe cultivators. Then their expressions changed when they saw Lin Tian. That ruthless person is in there. The ant race, the dark shadow race, and the stone god race are all hunting him down. I heard that the sea race is also trying to kill him for some reason recently. Why is he suddenly working with the barbarian race? What happened? The crowd of cultivators trembled. This time, Lin Tian did not hide anything. There was no need to hide anything. This time they were going to exterminate the entire clan. Boom! The aura of the barbarian tribe army was intimidating. After walking out of the main tribe and away from the mountains, they no longer roared and did not say a word. However, their battle chi was still powerful, burning like a raging fire. Everywhere they passed, many cultivators retreated. All of them were shocked. Not long after, some sharp-eyed cultivators noticed that Lin Tian and the 10 great Tao realm experts of the barbarian tribe were at the front. They followed the group of barbarian tribe cultivators and seemed to be marching toward the main tribe of the insect race. Could it be that they're going to? Someone vaguely guessed something and instantly felt a chill rush up from the soles of their feet to their heads. Boom! The barbarian tribe cultivators were densely packed. They did not say a word, but their eyes were filled with killing intent. Their violent battle chi caused the void to rumble continuously. There were even distortions that appeared like ripples. They were completely affected by the terrifying killing intent. This was a murderous army that was marching toward the main tribe of the insect race. After an unknown amount of time, a vast mountain range appeared in front of them. Looking from afar, numerous enormous palaces were laid out horizontally in the center of this mountain range. It was unknown how wide they were, and all of them were built with expensive stone materials. "We're here." A murderous glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Baiziki clenched his fists. He did not hide his cold gaze at all. The whooshing crocodile lay on top of Lin Tian's head and narrowed its eyes slightly. There were countless barbarian tribe cultivators. They stared at the main tribe of the insect race in front of them. Their battle chi was violent, and their killing intent soared into the sky. "Who is it?" Outside the main tribe of the insect race, the expressions of the few insect race cultivators guarding changed. Golden divine light surged around Lin Tian's body. He was the first to rush out and instantly arrived in front of the main gate of the insect race. Boom! He swung his golden fist and pressed it down. The sky seemed like it was going to collapse. It instantly shattered the few insectoid cultivators guarding outside the gate. Blood stained the sky. Even the main gate of the insectoid race collapsed under the punch. "Smelly bugs, aren't you looking for me? I'm here," he roared. Within the main tribe of the insect race, there were naturally experts who noticed Lin Tian. "Human, it's you. Our race is looking for you." "Very well. You're here to die." A half-step great Dao expert charged over. Lin Tian turned his head to look. His eyes were cold. He slashed out a beam of golden sword chi with his bare hands. With a poof, it shattered into pieces. "Today, I'm here to seek justice." His voice was extremely cold. Back then, that simple and unadorned village had been destroyed by the insectoids, and the villagers had all died miserably. He could only watch helplessly as the 5-year-old little AI died in front of him, which made him extremely resentful. Now, in order to force him out, this bloodline had even killed the small branch family that his friend was in, slaughtering them all, causing his friend's fate to be unknown. This made him extremely resentful. "You damned thing! Attack together and kill him. Chop him into meat paste." An insect race cultivator roared. Nearly 100 branch tribes of the insect race all belonged to the central main tribe of the insect race. Now, there were many experts here. Immediately, more than a dozen half-step great Dao experts pressed forward together. Moreover, some immortal ascension experts and flight cultivators also charged forward. Boom! The void distorted, and a bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky. Baiziki stepped out and shattered a half-step great Dao expert of the insect race on the spot. Then, in the next moment, the sky trembled, and a sea of lightning descended. Screams immediately sounded. Lord Crocodile has personally taken action. Little insects tremble in fear. Whooshing crocodile leaped from Lin Tian's head. The 5-colored wings on its back spread open, and its demon body expanded to 30 feet. With a light flap of its wings, a 5-colored gale swept past and tore a half-step great Dao expert into pieces. Blood and flesh fell from the void. Bai Qiu was the last to step out. Dim light intertwined around his body, and he used his divine power to form the lunar bow. It pierced through the forehead of a half-step great Dao expert of the insect race, causing him to fall from the void. His life force instantly disappeared without a trace. You guys. In the central main tribe of the insect race cultivators were all shocked by the might of the 3 people and the crocodile. At the same time, the group of barbarian race cultivators were also shocked. Even the 10 great Dao realm experts were shocked. These cultivators were well aware of Lin Tian's strength. He had killed several young supreme beings and holy sons of several large clans. He was close to being invincible among his peers. However, they had never imagined that the 2 people and 1 alligator by Lin Tian's side were also so terrifying. Killing a half-step great Dao realm cultivator was like tearing apart a painting. It was truly shocking. Then, in the next moment, the 10 great Dao realm experts all reacted. "Children, what are you waiting for? Kill!" The barbarian race, Grand Elder roared. Instantly, the barbarian race's battle spirit went berserk. All the barbarian race warriors moved. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The battle cries were ear-piercing, shaking the sky. This group of barbarian race cultivators had astonishing vitality. When they joined forces, they were like a killing army from the ancient era that cut through time and space. They destroyed everything easily. There was really nothing that could stop them. They crushed the insect race cultivators, one after another. Roar! Beast roars shook the sky. On the shoulders of several barbarian race experts, ancient barbarian race beasts that had shrunk their demonic bodies soared into the sky. Their demonic bodies enlarged. Instantly, astonishing demonic auras swept through the sky and earth. They were just a hair's breadth away from stepping into the great Dao realm. Their might was much stronger than that of ordinary half-step great Dao experts. They could not be compared at all. They directly shattered the void. Uft, uft, uft. In an instant, bloody light kept exploding in the center of the barbarian race. It was blinding. Human barbarian race. What do you want to do? Do you want to start a war with our race? Are you crazy? Some insect race experts were terrified. Start a war, your mom. We are here today to wipe out your race. Wipe out your race. The barbarian race third elder roared and personally attacked. Great Dao realm waves swept through the sky. Under the pressure of the Dao laws, it was unknown how many insect race cultivators were torn to shreds. Blood kept pouring down like heavy rain, instantly dyeing half of the ground red. Such an attack scared all the insect race cultivators so much that their faces turned pale. Kill! F asterisk king be asterisk stards. I'll kill all of you today. Brothers, don't let any of them off. Let these F asterisk king be asterisk stards know that the barbarian race is not to be trifled with. The barbarian race cultivators roared furiously. They had never taken the initiative to fight with others. All year round, they would fight with ferocious demonic beasts deep in the mountains and forests. All of them were very powerful and valued loyalty and kinship. Now a small tribe had been massacred by the insect race for no reason, and the most important person to the barbarian race was still nowhere to be found. How could they not be furious? All of them were filled with killing intent. Faced with such a large army, although the insect race was not weak, they were all scared out of their wits by the battle aura and killing intent. Ah! Miserable cries rang out. Many insect race cultivators were terrified and trembled with fear. At this moment, 2 powerful waves of Dao laws spread out. The insect race's first supreme elder and another supreme elder rushed out. They first swept a glance at Lin Tian with a face full of killing intent. Then they looked toward the 10 great Dao realm experts on the barbarian race's side. Their expressions were grim and ugly. Barbarians, what are you doing? Why did you kill your way into our race? Would that be asterisk starred? Why? The great elder of the barbarian race took a step forward, killing intent intertwined, and his eyes were cold. The barbarian race has no enmity with the insect race, but you massacred a branch of the barbarian race and devoured the flesh and blood of our people. How dare you ask us why? The expressions of the 2 great Dao realm experts changed. The great elder of this branch said with a livid expression, "It's just 200 people. How can it be considered a branch of the insect race?" The strongest person in that place is only at the 6th tier of the immortal connecting realm. Moreover, he's about to die of old age. You want to start a war with the insect race for such a small and broken place without any climate. Chapter 764. Facing Lin Tian's sword gleam, the insect race Grand Elder's eyes were cold as he shattered the sword gleam with a slap. Little B** starred. I'll kill you first. The insect race Grand Elder said viciously as he raised his hand and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian had destroyed more than 20 tribes of the insect race, killed their young paragons, snatched their superior grade Dao weapons, and caused the deaths of 7 great Dao realm experts. This was a huge grudge. This palm was a little terrifying. After all, the insect race Grand Elder was at the 8th heaven of the great Dao. The Dao law fluctuations were extremely shocking. Boom! A cold snort sounded, bringing with it a violent blood energy fluctuation. The barbarian race Grand Elder came across the sky and pressed down with a punch. With a bang, the insect race Grand Elder was blasted back on the spot. One of his arms was covered in cracks and specks of blood. Human barbarian race, are you really going to start a war with the insect race for such a small and broken place? The insect race Grand Elder was furious. Broken your mother. The sky trembled violently as the barbarian race 3rd Elder pressed down. A mace appeared in his hand. It was a middle-grade Dao weapon. He smashed it directly at the insect race Grand Elder. For a time, the void collapsed continuously. The scene was terrifying. You, bang! The insect race Grand Elder reached out to block and was forced back several feet. Children, kill them all. Kill them all. Don't even leave a rat alive. The barbarian race 3rd Elder roared. As soon as the barbarian race 3rd Elder's words fell, the battle cries became even more violent. Kill! 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 Killing intent pierced through the void, and battle auras tore the sky apart. The barbarian race army crushed past, and the insect race cultivators exploded one after another. Roar! The red-silver tiger roared and tore a half-step great Dao realm expert apart. At the same time, in other places, more than a dozen savage beasts were also extremely powerful. They were much stronger than ordinary half-step great Dao experts. They tore apart the insect race half-step great Dao experts, one after another. Kill this bunch of trash. Kill them all. Kill. The barbarian race cultivators roared, all of them filled with bloodlust. Such voices and battle auras moved one's expression. Lord Crocodile actually feels a little infected. What a group of good barbarians. Whooshing Crocodile said. A 5-colored hurricane was unleashed as its wings flapped, tearing apart a group of insect tribe cultivators. A high-grade immortal sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. Towering sword light swept out, covering the sky and earth. This sword light was a little terrifying. With his current cultivation level, almost no one below the great Dao realm could block it. Instantly, dozens of insect tribe cultivators lost their lives. Blood and broken corpses fell on the ground of the insect tribe's central main tribe. It was a ghastly sight. Boom! The heavens trembled and thunder rumbled. Baiziki's expression was cold, like a god of thunder standing in the sky. He didn't do anything else and just stood there. However, the destructive purple lightning bolts came crashing down like a sea of lightning. They destroyed everything in their path and scorched the ground of the insect race's main territory. Countless insect race cultivators were smashed to pieces. A bunch of bastards. Bai Qiu gritted her teeth. There was anger on her face. The great deity king, arcane technique of the Bai family, was activated with the power of Yin. It was unknown how much stronger it was compared to the pure Bai family technique. A divine shadow stood behind her. With a palm, It collapsed the space and crushed the insect race cultivators one by one. Even a half-step Great Dao Realm cultivator couldn't withstand it. With a look of horror, they died under such a great technique. It could be said that this was an absolute suppression. 3 people and 1 crocodile swept in front, and the barbarian army pressed behind. The insect race cultivators really couldn't resist. Under such a strong attack, there was no room for resistance. They could only wait to be killed. No. Ah, Great Elder! The insect race cultivators screamed in horror. The insect race Great Elder's gaze was vicious. He was shocked and angry. He stared at Lin Tian, then at Bai Ziki, Bai Chiu, and Wuxing Crocodile. These 3 people and 1 crocodile were too strong, and it made him extremely angry. At this time, the half-step Great Dao Realm cultivators of their race were like weeds in the hands of the other party. They were killed one after another. The ordinary insect race cultivators were like sitting ducks, waiting to be slaughtered. Blood kept splattering, and the ground of the main territory was completely dyed red. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked his eyes cold. Today, your race will completely disappear from this land. Clang! He waved his immortal sword, splitting the clouds and tearing apart the sky. Another half-step Great Dao Realm cultivator of the insect race was torn apart, and a group of ordinary insect race cultivators were turned into a bloody mist. The scene was terrifying. The insect race Great Elder and the other Supreme Elder were both shocked and angry. Bastard! You damned bastard! Boom! Boom! At this time, the 2 great experts didn't even care about the others. They rushed toward Lin Tian together. Humph! The barbarian race Great Elder snorted coldly and pressed down on the insect race Great Elder. The barbarian race Third Elder also pressed down with the barbarian race Great Elder. He held a middle-grade Dao weapon and attacked the insect race Great Elder together. At the same time, he shouted at the other barbarian race Great Dao Realm cultivators who followed him. What are you waiting for? Attack together and crush them. The moment the 3rd elder of the barbarian tribe finished speaking, 8 waves of the Great Path appeared and rushed forward. Among them, the 2nd elder of the barbarian tribe led 4 people to attack the supreme elder of the insect tribe, while the others attacked the great elder of the insect tribe. Boom! 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 The waves of great Tao intertwined, and divine power surged like a vast ocean. It could be said that this was a completely unfair battle. Because of Lin Tian, the insect race only had 2 great Tao realm cultivators left. The other 7 had been killed. Now, how could the 2 great Tao realm cultivators of the insect race contend against the 10 great Tao realm cultivators of the barbarian race? They were simply being crushed. In the blink of an eye, large amounts of blood flowed out. Activate the protective formation. The insect race Great Elder roared. With a rumble, the sky seemed like it was about to collapse. Dense formation patterns appeared within the insectoids, and a terrifying killing intent spread out. The void turned pitch black. Moreover, at this time, other patterns appeared and confined all directions, causing some of the barbarian race cultivators to feel as if they had fallen into a swamp. Their movements immediately became difficult. My insect race has the protective formation. Do you really think you can easily break through my insect race? You're too naive, the insect race Great Elder said coldly. Boom! The insect race's protective formation shook. The entire space was covered by murderous intent. The murderous intent was truly shocking. Do you think I don't know that you have the protective formation here? A cold voice sounded. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and emotionless, like a god of death. Sacrificial killing formation platform. He was in the east. The moment he finished speaking, 5 Darkwater platforms rushed out from his body. Instantly, A terrifying, murderous intent intertwined. Dense, eternal killing patterns appeared and instantly covered a large area of space. Huh! Whooshing crocodile laughed. In the south, he also activated 5 killing formation platforms, and the eternal killing patterns appeared together. In the west, Baiziki was as cold as usual. In the Sea of Lightning, the same 5 killing formation platforms appeared. In the north, Baiqiu waved his hand. The 5 eternal killing formation platforms were activated, and dense eternal killing patterns surged out. Boom! In an instant, the 20 corners eternal killing formation appeared together. An even more powerful murderous intent intertwined, causing the insect race cultivators and barbarian race cultivators to palpitate. Today, your insect race will die, Lin Tian said emotionlessly. With a rumble, the 5 corners eternal killing patterns shone brightly in the east, and the murderous light resounded. At the same time, in the other 3 directions, Whooshing Crocodile, Baiziki, and Baiqiu each controlled the 5 corners eternal killing formation, crushing the insect race's protective formation. The eternal killing formation was created by the formation emperor, Heavenly Venerate, one of the 9 Heavenly Venerates. No formation in the 10 directions, celestial domain, could compete with it. Perhaps a single corner of the eternal killing formation might not be comparable to the insect tribe's fortifying formation. However, when all 20 corners of the eternal killing formation were manifested at the same time, it was possible to counter the insect tribe's fortifying formation with quantity. The combined might and murderous intent of the 20 corners of the eternal killing formation had completely blocked the insect tribe's fortifying formation. It might even be stronger than it. Kill! Lin Tian shouted. The 20 corners eternal killing formation suppressed the insect race's protective formation. He waved his immortal sword again, and the sword light was unparalleled. Puff! 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 Blood, mist exploded. In the blink of an eye, the insect race cultivators were sliced into pieces by the sword light. Even some insect race cultivators who were half a step away from the Great Tao realm were killed by the sword light. In the other 3 directions, Whooshing Crocodile, Baiziki, and Baiqiu attacked at the same time, tearing apart a large number of insect race cultivators. Facing these 3 people and 1 crocodile, no one below the Great Tao realm could stop them. The insect race first elder's expression changed drastically. He was both shocked and furious. He had just supported the protective formation and had not had the time to kill the barbarian race cultivators. He had not truly displayed his killing power, but he was blocked just like that. This made him extremely angry. The barbarian race first elder and the others were also shocked. Previously, Lin Tian said that he wanted to carve a few killing formations, but he did not expect that these killing formations would be so terrifying. They actually blocked the insect race's protective formation and were even stronger. Good, good, good. You're a hero. The barbarian race third elder laughed maniacally. Then, an even more violent attack landed on the insect race's first supreme elder. Kill! The battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. The barbarian race cultivators had an astonishing aura. Behind the 3 people and the crocodile, they crushed the insect race cultivators like a murderous torrent, crushing and trampling the insect race cultivators who resisted. Ah! Screams echoed in the center of the insect race's main tribe, with the 3 people and the crocodile holding the line. This tribe could not stop the barbarian race army at all. At this moment, an extremely powerful and ferocious aura rushed out from the depths of the insect race. An ugly old man rose into the sky. His eyes were dark green, and green poisonous fog intertwined around his body. His gaze was very frightening. Ancestor! The insect race, first elder shouted. At the same time, the other insect race cultivators were also overjoyed. They all shouted the words, Ancestor. Lin Tian and the others looked over, and a cold light intertwined in their eyes. This was the insect race's ancestor, Enlightenment Realm powerhouse. Chapter 765. The insect tribe patriarch was a little terrifying. With his cultivation at the Enlightenment Realm, his giant hand had sealed the surrounding void. The three people and the alligator could not dodge it even if they wanted to. There was no space to dodge at all. Kill them. The insect tribe cultivators clamored. At this moment, the insect tribe patriarch walked out. The insect tribe cultivators, who were originally frightened, regained their confidence. Their frightened expressions disappeared because their patriarch was at the Enlightenment Realm. Boom! Right at this moment, the heavens quaked as a stone hammer came crashing down, crushing the gigantic hand that the old master of the insect race had extended out. A well-built old man descended from the sky. He wore a piece of animal skin around his waist. His upper body was bare, and his chi and blood were as vast as the ocean. Patriarch! The barbarian tribe army looked at the old man. They raised the weapons in their hands and shouted in unison. Lin Tian and the others looked over. Their eyes shone brightly. The barbarian tribe patriarch Wuzhen had also come. The barbarian tribe patriarch descended, like the rest of the barbarian tribe army. His entire body was filled with wildness. He was like a ferocious lion on the grassland. For a moment, many insect tribe cultivators were shocked. They were intimidated by the barbarian tribe patriarch's aura. Old thing, are you barbarians determined to start a war with my tribe? The insect tribe patriarch's shattered giant hand reassembled. His eyes were filled with coldness and venom. The barbarian tribe patriarch of the Enlightenment Realm had come personally. He even brought a barbarian tribe upper-grade Dao weapon. 2 rays of divine light shot out from the barbarian tribe patriarch's eyes. He directly activated the stone hammer and pressed it toward the insect tribe patriarch again. You killed my people and bullied my grandson. Do you really think the barbarian tribe is easy to bully? My tribe lives in the depths of the mountains. We never take the initiative to provoke others. However, we are never afraid of others. The barbarian tribe patriarch's hair stood on end. He looked more like a wild beast than a wild beast. The violent barbarian tribe battle chi caused the space to rumble. Boom! The barbarian tribe patriarch's attack could be said to be extremely violent. He directly pressed the insect tribe patriarch with the upper-grade Dao weapon. For a moment, the sky seemed to be on the verge of cracking. Under the shocking barbarian tribe battle chi, it was constantly twisting and cracking. This kind of fluctuation was a little shocking. The insect race's tribe protecting formation and Lin Tian's eternal killing mark were a little difficult to withstand. Under this kind of aura, they kept trembling as if they would shatter in the next moment. I've already told you, we're not here to start a war. We're here to exterminate your race. The third elder of the barbarian race roared. Boom! Divine energy vibrated as the barbarian tribe's third elder, barbarian tribe's great elder, and the others joined forces to attack the barbarian tribe's first grand elder. They suppressed the insect tribe's great elder, causing him to cough up blood repeatedly. He was swept away by the barbarian tribe's great elder several times. On the other side, the second elder of the barbarian race and the other barbarian race powerhouses were attacking the other supreme elder of the barbarian race. They had an absolute advantage. After all, it was 5 against 1. The supreme elder of the insect race had no ability to resist at all. Lin Tian swept his gaze across the insectoid territory, a cold glint in his eyes. Everyone kill! He shouted. He stood in the east, at the forefront of the barbarian race army. He swept out his sword and killed a large number of insectoid cultivators. Behind him, the barbarian race army's eyes lit up. Their battle chi was boosted by Lin Tian's powerful combat strength, and they all roared. Kill! Kill these pests! Kill them all! The barbarian race army roared. In the other 3 directions, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and the 5 Elements crocodile were also at the forefront. They were truly unstoppable. The barbarian tribe army that followed behind them destroyed everything in their path. Nothing could be left behind. Ah! The insectoid cultivators screamed in agony, and their terrified expressions appeared again. Clang! Lin Tian swung the towering heaven sword scripture, and the towering heaven sword force swept out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. Lin Tian's killing intent toward the insect race was extremely strong. He did not show any mercy. The towering heaven sword force rained down like rain, wantonly reaping the lives of the insectoid cultivators. Boom! On the other side, purple lightning shook the heavens and earth. Baiziki's expression was cold. A sea of lightning surrounded him, and the insectoid cultivators who were half a step away from the great Tao realm were as weak as chickens. The power of the thunder god's physique was fully displayed. Little bugs go and reincarnate. Whooshing crocodile laughed. This old monster had fallen from the pinnacle of the nirvana realm to the spiritual sea realm. Now he had reached the 3rd firmament of immortal ascension and experienced 2 heavenly tribulations. Moreover, he still had the incomplete power of the great Tao precepts in his body. Naturally, he was terrifying, and his combat strength was very strong. On the other side, Bai Qiu used the divine power of moon to form a divine light bow and arrow. Like the moon goddess, wherever the moon arrow passed, the void was stable, and the insectoid cultivators were silently annihilated. Even the half-step great Tao realm cultivators could not block it. Under the great Tao, the 3 of them and the crocodile were invincible. Roar! The barbarian army and the ancient beasts followed behind the 3 of them and the crocodile. When they saw the 3 of them, they could not help but roar. There was a shocking light in their eyes, and they were excited by the strength of the 3 of them and the crocodile. At this moment, the 3 of them and the crocodile were like indestructible sharp blades that tore through the defenses of the insectoid cultivators, causing the insectoid cultivators to be utterly defeated. Most of the cultivators were killed by the 3 of them and the crocodile. The barbarian army seemed to be in charge of cleaning up the fish that had escaped the net on the battlefield. With the 3 of them and the crocodile at the front, there were almost no losses. Ah! Miserable cries reverberated continuously. When the insectoid cultivators below the great Tao realm saw the 3 of them and the crocodile, they were all extremely terrified. The 10 great Tao realm cultivators of the barbarian race looked over. When they saw the 3 of them and the crocodile, their eyes lit up. They were all shocked. The 3rd elder of the barbarian race laughed maniacally and roared, "Brothers, us old guys are about to be suppressed by these little guys. Why don't we hurry up and end the battle? Kill these 2 old bugs." "Of course. Kill. Crush them to death." The other great Tao realm cultivators of the insectoid race responded. To the insectoid race, this was an unfair battle. Right now, their faction only had 1 patriarch Wujin and 2 great Tao realm cultivators. On the other hand, Lin Tian and the barbarian race had 1 patriarch Wujin and 10 great Tao realm cultivators. Moreover, there were freakish existences like Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing Crocodile who could tear apart half-step great Tao realm cultivators as if they were drawing. Just the 3 of them and the crocodile had completely suppressed the insectoid army. How were they supposed to continue the battle? Boom! Divine might surged, shaking the heavens and the earth. Kill! The 2nd elder of the barbarian race shouted coldly, together with the other 4 barbarian experts. They killed one of the grand elders of the barbarian race. Kill the great elder of the insectoid race. The 2nd elder of the barbarian race said, "Kill it." The other barbarian experts responded. Instantly, the few barbarian experts swarmed toward the great elder of the insectoid race. The great elder's expression instantly changed. In an instant, the 10 great Tao realm cultivators of the barbarian race pressed down together. That aura made him tremble violently. Old ancestor, save me. The #1 expert below the patriarch of the insectoid race began to call for help. The 10 great Tao realm cultivators attacked together. Among them, the great elder of the barbarian race was not any weaker than him. With such a lineup, how could he resist? The great elder of the insectoid race turned his head and took a step forward. However, in the next instant, his path was blocked by a Tao weapon stone hammer. Your opponent is me. The great elder of the barbarian race stood in front of him. 100 feet tall shadow of the barbarian race ancestor appeared behind him. It had a majestic aura. This was one of the core techniques of the barbarian race. It used the barbarian battle chi to condense the ancestor's shadow. Its offensive power was shockingly strong. Boom! A violent gale swept out, shattering the heavens. The great elder of the insectoid race was forced to face the attack with all his might. Even though he faced the attack with all his might, the great elder of the insectoid race was still at a disadvantage. After all, the great elder of the barbarian race had a high-grade Tao weapon stone hammer in his hand. As for the insectoid race's high-grade Tao weapon, it had been snatched away by Lin Tian previously and was no longer with him. Damn it! The great elder of the insectoid race roared. However, it was a pity that it was useless. The great elder of the barbarian race had a vigorous battle chi and was firmly at the top of the battle. When the great elder of the insectoid race saw this scene, a chill ran down his spine. The great elder of the insectoid race was unable to save him. You won't be able to live. Die. The great elder of the barbarian race said coldly, "Stinking bug." The other 9 great Tao realm experts of the barbarian race pressed forward together. Their attacks were merciless, and their Tao might was as vast as the sea. Stop! I merely destroyed a branch race with only 200 people. Do you have to go to this extent? The great elder of the insectoid race resisted while crying out in fear. At this moment, the great elder of the insectoid race was a little regretful. He was the one who had ordered the experts of his race to go to that small branch race of the barbarian race, because he heard that there was a barbarian youth who had a good relationship with Lin Tian. He seemed to be Lin Tian's friend. Hence, he wanted to capture him to threaten Lin Tian. As far as he knew, the population there was sparse, and there were no experts there. In his opinion, it was not considered a branch race of the barbarian race at all. Even if it was slaughtered, the barbarians would only be angry for a while. It was impossible for them to have a big reaction. However, what he did not expect was that the barbarians would have such a big reaction. Moreover, their reaction was so big that they directly sent their army to attack the main branch of the insectoid race. Get lost! The 3rd elder of the barbarian race had a fiery temper. When he heard the great elder of the insectoid race say such words again, his eyes widened, and his attacks became even more violent. Murderous light filled the air. Kill it, the 2nd elder of the barbarian race said. With a boom, the 10 great Tao realm experts of the barbarian race attacked with all their might. They attacked from 10 different directions, causing the great elder of the insectoid race to be even more terrified and in despair. Even though he had revealed his true form, it was useless. His physical body was directly shattered. Stop! I apologize to you on behalf of my race. The great elder of the insectoid race's spirit escaped and shouted at this moment. Tao, my foot! The few great Tao realm experts of the barbarian race shouted in unison. There was nothing else to say. Under the pressure of the 10 great Tao realm experts, the great elder of the insectoid race's spirit was instantly shattered. Great elder! For a moment, all the cultivators of the insectoid race trembled in fear. Lin Tian raised his head and looked. The great elder of the insectoid race had been killed. The light in his eyes shone even brighter, and the sword light that he slashed out was even stronger. Poof! 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 Bloody mist continued to explode. Under his sword light that reached the heavens, ordinary insectoid cultivators had no chance of surviving at all. One after another they died. Everyone, unleash your full combat power and completely annihilate them, he shouted. Kill. Chapter 766. Following Lin Tian's voice, the barbarian tribe cultivators roared. Their voices shook the sky, and their battle auras surged again. These barbarian tribe warriors were either waving stone spears or iron spears. They were like an ancient army pressing down. Their combat strength was shockingly powerful. Lin Tian remained at the forefront. With a sweep of the immortal sword in his hand, dense sword gleams slashed across like lightning. Poof! 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 Bloody mists exploded one after another. Under the heaven-piercing sword radiance, the insectoid cultivators died one after another. Patriarch, save us! Someone screamed in horror. In this battle, the insect tribe was in an absolutely disadvantageous position. Compared to Lin Tian and the barbarian tribe, the combat strength of both sides was not on the same level. Now, the first Grand Supreme Elder and another Grand Supreme Elder of the insect tribe had died in battle. Only one patriarch was left to be held back by the barbarian tribe patriarch. On the other hand, the barbarian tribe had 10 great Dao experts, as well as Lin Tian, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Wuxing Crocodile. The insect tribe was even more defeated. Many insect tribe cultivators were trembling. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He was in the insect tribe's main camp. His attacks were merciless. He kept waving the sword in his hand, and sword gleams filled the sky. In the other directions, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Wuxing Crocodile were also shockingly powerful. They kept reaping the lives of the insect tribe cultivators. At the same time, the barbarian tribe ancient beasts roared. The barbarian tribe army roared, killing the insect tribe cultivators until they could not resist. The insect tribe patriarchs' eyes were sinister. Green light of anger intertwined. You've gone too far. Are you human? The barbarian tribe patriarch activated his superior grade Dao weapon and smashed down with his hammer. With a crack, the space shattered and dense cracks appeared. Because of the superior grade Dao weapon in hand, the barbarian tribe patriarch's combat strength was stronger than the insect tribe patriarch's. He forced the insect tribe patriarch to retreat. Staring at the barbarian tribe patriarch, the insect tribe patriarch's eyes turned cold. Do you really think that you can defeat my insect tribe like this? You're dreaming. The insect tribe patriarch retreated. He raised his hand to form strange seals. Today, all of you will die here. Boom! As the insect ancestor finished condensing the seal, the ground shook violently with a rumble. A dark light shot out from the depths of the insect territory, giving off an extremely frightening aura that quickly swept out from the depths of the insect territory. As far as the eye could see, the ground in the depths of the insectoid territory suddenly cracked open, and a pitch-black beetle flew out. Its eyes were as green as the insectoid ancestors, and it had a pair of blood-red wings. Its body was covered in a strange black fog. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. This black beetle was a bit scary. It was intertwined with a thick, bloody aura. The waves it emitted were enough to be comparable to a fifth sky of Enlightenment realm elite. Be careful! He transmitted his voice to Bai Qiu and the others. In the depths, the black beetle flapped its wings, bringing with it a rotting gale. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the battlefield. In an instant, even more astonishing auras intertwined, causing everyone to be shocked. This is... The pupils of the great elder of the barbarian tribe shrank. It was obvious that he felt a great threat. Beside him, the expressions of the other great elders of the barbarian tribe also became solemn as they stared ahead. At the same time, the barbarian tribe army could not help but stop attacking the insect race cultivators. They were all shocked by the sudden appearance of this armored beetle. The aura that the beetle emitted was too shocking. It was filled with an evil aura. Even the insectoid cultivators were shocked, revealing looks of astonishment on their faces. The insect tribe patriarch had a cruel look in his eyes. He leaped back and landed steadily on the head of the armored beetle. Kill! It spat out a word. The armored beetle let out a hiss and opened its mouth to spit out a black light. It was not aimed at the barbarian tribe patriarch, but at the barbarian tribe army. In an instant, dozens of barbarian tribe soldiers exploded. Their flesh and blood floated in the air, and they were all absorbed by the armored beetle and swallowed into its stomach. Then, in the next moment, the aura that the beetle emitted became even stronger. The barbarian tribe patriarch was enraged. Old Bug, the barbarian tribe patriarch rushed over and took out a high-grade Dao weapon, a stone hammer. He smashed the space and attacked the insect tribe patriarch and the armored beetle. However, the armored beetle was too strong. Even someone as strong as the barbarian tribe patriarch was not a match for it with a high-grade Dao weapon. In the blink of an eye, he was swept away. More than half of his body was crushed, and his blood splattered in the void. It was a ghastly sight. Patriarch, the barbarian tribe grand elder, and the others all changed their expressions. Lin Tian and the others were shocked. The barbarian tribe patriarch was not a match for the armored beetle. The insect race cultivators were stunned at first, but then they were all overjoyed. Patriarch, kill them. Our insect race is invincible. Kill. Kill all the invaders. The insect race cultivators began to clamor again. At this time, the armored beetle summoned by their patriarch was too strong. More than half of the barbarian tribe patriarch's body was crushed with a high-grade Dao weapon. Who else could block it? Now, with this armored beetle, the insect race cultivators felt that they could definitely annihilate all the invaders. The insect race patriarch stood on the armored beetle, his eyes cold and vicious. The insect race's guardian beast has been fed with the flesh and blood of all the cultivators in the world for 5,000 years. Now, it's enough to kill everyone below the fifth heaven of Wuzhen. Staring at the barbarian tribe patriarch, the insect race patriarch suddenly smiled eerily. Oh, right, in these 5,000 years, there were also cultivators from your barbarian tribe who fell into the stomach of my insect race's guardian beast. You can say that you contributed to the growth of my insect race's guardian beast. Now, all of you will be devoured to help my insect race's guardian beast become stronger and complete another transformation. Old Stinking Bug, what did you say? You fed this beast with the flesh and blood of our people. The barbarian tribe third elder was furious. All these years, our clansmen have been training in the deep mountains, fighting with the demonic beasts. From time to time, some of our clansmen would go missing. We thought that they had died in battle with the demonic beasts and were swallowed by them. The barbarian tribe first elder clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he stared at the insect race patriarch. It's you. You secretly took our people and... The insect race patriarch laughed sinisterly. You savage, you're quite quick-witted. That's right. Your missing people were either devoured by demonic beasts or entered the stomach of my insect race's guardian beast. A cold glint appeared in Lin Tian's eyes. The insect race had done more insane things than he had imagined. The barbarian tribe army was furious. In these years, their missing people did not die in battle with demonic beasts, but were secretly captured by the insect race and became food in the belly of the armored beetle. I'll kill you. The barbarian tribe third elder was shocked and furious. He charged directly at the insect race patriarch. And the insect race patriarch sneered and raised his hand to grab the barbarian tribe third elder. In an instant, the barbarian tribe third elder was imprisoned. He could not resist at all and could not even move a finger. After all, the insect race patriarch was a Wuzhen elite. Dong! A stone hammer pressed down with great power and pulled the barbarian tribe third elder back from the insect race patriarch's hand. Patriarch. The barbarian tribe third elder clenched his fists. The insect race patriarch stood on the armored beetle and looked down at the barbarian tribe patriarch. So what if you saved him? Today, all of you who came here will die here. Saving him is just delaying his death. It's a useless effort. The barbarian tribe patriarch stared at the insect race patriarch. His eyes were wide open as if they were of the same age. You'll pay the price. The barbarian tribe has never been easy to bully. The ancestor of the barbarian tribe raised his hand, and a stone orb that was about an inch wide appeared in his hand. It was covered with various patterns, and the moment it appeared, it emitted a destructive wave, causing everyone's expressions to change. Even the ancestor of the insect tribe was no exception. What's that? Looking at the small stone ball in the barbarian tribe patriarch's hand, the insect race patriarch felt the threat of death. At the same time, Lin Tian's expression changed. The stone orb that the barbarian's progenitor brought out was not big, but it was like a divine weapon. The destructive power contained within it was simply too shocking. Even a man as calm as Baiziki's expression changed. Every time the patriarch of the Berserker tribe reaches the end of his lifespan, he will inject the essence of his flesh, blood, and divine power into a stone ball. He will leave it for his descendants, and it will become the strongest foundation of our tribe. Now, our tribe has a total of 9 of these stone balls. When each stone ball explodes completely, it's equivalent to the self-destruction of a Wuxian elite. The barbarian tribe patriarch said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed. When the stone ball explodes completely, it's equivalent to the self-destruction of a Wuxian elite. How terrifying is that? Lin Tian was shocked. Every generation of the barbarian tribe patriarch would extract the essence of his flesh and blood and divine power when his lifespan was about to dry up and condense it into such a powerful weapon for his descendants. Moreover, the barbarian tribe had a total of 9 of these powerful weapons. The barbarian tribe had such a foundation. It seemed to be even more powerful than the Bone tribe and the Sorcerer tribe. These barbarians are really... Wuxing Crocodile could not help but stare at them. Extracting the essence of his flesh and blood and divine power to condense such a powerful weapon for his descendants? Even an old monster like him could not help but be shocked by this method. They were really cruel to themselves. The insect clan's ancestor's face suddenly turned ugly and gloomy. He did not expect the barbarian race to have such a foundation. You wild barbarians, what are you trying to do by hiding your strength from the world? That's right. Trying to do something. Our tribe has never taken the initiative to fight with others. Now, you and your stinking bug can go to hell. The barbarian tribe patriarch shouted angrily and directly threw out the stone orb in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a devastating power rippled out and caged the old master of the insect race and the metal-armored gigantic insect. The insect race patriarch's expression changed, and he felt his heart palpitate. Stop! Stop! Boom! The stone orb exploded. The barbarian tribe patriarch used a special method to suppress the destructive force within a certain range. It caused the insect race patriarch and the armored bug to explode on the spot. Not even a trace of blood was left behind. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. In an instant, the entire world fell into a dead silence. The bug clan cultivators trembled with fear, and even the half-step great Dao realm powerhouses were no exception. All of them could not stop trembling. Old ancestor. The strongest powerhouse of this generation of their lineage, the Wuxian realm old ancestor, was actually killed. Even the iron-armored divine bug that could kill anyone below Wuxian realm level 5 had died before their eyes at this moment. The barbarian tribe army was in a daze. Then they roared in unison. Their eyes were filled with excitement and hatred. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu looked at each other. They glanced at the insect race's main tribe and clenched their fists slightly. Chapter 767. The destructive fluctuations were still intertwining in the air. The insect clan patriarch and the armored insect he summoned were destroyed by the barbarian tribe's ultimate stone ball, causing the insect clan cultivators to panic. At this time, the battle situation was completely revealed. No way. How could this be? The insect clan cultivators were terrified. Lin Tian looked at the center of the insect clan's main territory. There were still many insect clan cultivators left, but unfortunately they no longer had the will to fight. Kill. This time, there was no need to say anything. The barbarian tribe army roared and charged toward the remaining insect clan cultivators. For the insect clan, this was a disaster. The barbarian tribe army's fighting spirit was overwhelming, and the insect clan cultivators at this time could not compare to their imposing manner. Seeing the barbarian tribe army charging toward them, the insect clan cultivators began to flee in all directions. Lin Tian looked down with an indifferent gaze. Clang! The eternal killing marks were boiling, and the killing light was like the cry of a sword, projecting a dense killing light. At this time, the insect ancestor and the two supreme elders of the insect race had already died in battle. The core bigwigs were also killed one by one in the great battle. The insect race's tribe guarding formation was naturally many times weaker due to the lack of powerhouses controlling it. Now, it was gradually being covered by the 20 Corners Eternal Killing Formation. At this moment, the 20 Corners Eternal Killing Formation was spread all over the insect clan's main territory. Under Lin Tian's will, it boiled at the same time, and countless killing lights fell like rain, instantly turning this place into a purgatory of killing. Ah! Miserable screams reverberated. The insect clan cultivators were terrified, and some even began to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, in this place, whether it was Lin Tian or others, they would not show mercy. This lineage was too hateful. Clang! 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 The killing lights were dense, and they struck down one after another. The killing force could be said to be unstoppable. Looking at these killing lights, the 10 great path powerhouses of the barbarian tribe were shocked again. Even the barbarian tribe patriarch was slightly shocked. Kill! Brothers, trample all these insects to death. Dig 3 feet into the ground, and don't even leave a mouse alive. Let's do it! The barbarian tribe army was very ferocious. They swung the spiked clubs in their hands and smashed the insect tribe cultivators one after another. The screams continued, and after an unknown amount of time, the central area of the insect race was dyed red with blood. All the insect race cultivators were killed by the barbarian race army, and not a single one was left. Their corpses were piled up on the ground. Roar! The ancient beasts of the barbarian race roared. The army of the barbarian race raised their weapons and roared at the sky. The eternal killing mark dimmed down. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu walked together, looking in the direction of that remote village. This enmity could be considered to have truly ended. If only she could come back to life. Bai Qiu's mood was still low. I want to truly teach her cultivation. Lin Tian comforted her. Back then, he had to watch little AI die in front of his eyes. He felt even worse than Bai Qiu, but now he felt much better. Bai Ziki glanced over but didn't say anything. In the distance, the barbarian race's ancestor, the Great Elder, and the others strode over. The barbarian race's ancestor looked at Lin Tian, then at Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and the whooshing crocodile. Little friend Lin, these friends have really broadened the horizons of us old fellows. The 3 of them and the crocodile were too strong, causing the barbarian race's ancestor to be shocked. Senior, you praise us too much. The strength of the aristocrats is truly shocking. You are much, much stronger than what the outside world says. Lin Tian was very polite. Little Lin, little fellow from the barbarian race, stop being jealous. We've already wiped out this group of insect race experts. Now it's time to seize their treasures. The whooshing crocodile shrunk its body and lay on Lin Tian's head again. The 10 great Dao realm experts of the barbarian race were stunned. The barbarian race's ancestor even opened his mouth, feeling a little awkward. He was already so old and was the ancestor of a race, yet he was now being called a little fellow. This little friend crocodile is really, Lin Tian blushed with shame. Senior, please don't blame it. It has never understood etiquette. To be honest, it was very normal for the whooshing crocodile to call the barbarian race's ancestor a little fellow. This was because the whooshing crocodile had lived for much longer than the barbarian race's ancestor. After all, it was at the peak of the Nirvana realm back then. However, at this time he naturally wouldn't say this out loud. Therefore, he could only cup his fists slightly to express his apology. The whooshing crocodile glared at him. In the end, it snorted and didn't say anything else. The barbarian race's ancestor waved his hand and laughed. He naturally didn't mind this. In the insect race's territory, the flames of war interweaved. The ground was full of potholes, and many ancient buildings had been destroyed. A great battle had ended, and the insect race had been wiped out. Lin Tian and the barbarian race's ancestor paused for a moment. Then, just as the whooshing crocodile had said, they walked into the depths of the insect race's territory. They opened the ancient buildings and took out treasures. Most of them were intertwined with colorful lights. Clang! A stone door was pushed open. There were many precious weapons on display. All of them were shining with cold light. They let out clanging sounds on their own, emitting an incomparably fierce, murderous aura. Lin Tian glanced around and found that there were 5 middle-grade Dao weapons, dozens of high-grade immortal weapons, and more than 100 middle-grade and low-grade immortal weapons. There were even more precious weapons of other grades. Let's go to the next place, the barbarian race's ancestor said. Not long after, they opened the insect race's scripture vault. There were many precious skills of the insect race inside. However, none of them were suitable for humans to practice. In the end, they were all burned by the barbarian race's army. There were many pavilions in the insect race's inner court. Not long after, another hall was opened. Inside, there was a rich interweaving of directions. This was the insect race's pill storage. Inside, there were all kinds of precious pills and herbs, most of which were extraordinary. Body strengthening pill, marrow cleansing pill, knowledge accumulation pill. He glanced around. Many of the Baodan were very valuable and had amazing effects. Lin Tian's gaze moved and suddenly fell on a small medicine bottle in the innermost part of the pill vault. This medicine bottle was half an inch tall. There were 2 blood-red Baodan inside. They were the size of a thumb. Lin Tian's gaze was immediately attracted. Blood God pill. He shuddered slightly. The Blood God pill was a 7th grade lower Baodan. It could temporarily increase one's cultivation and combat strength and stimulate divine power. The effect was more powerful and shocking than the Blood God pill that Gu Jianchen had taken when he was in the emergence gate. It was a forbidden Baodan. It was called a forbidden Baodan because the increase in cultivation and combat strength was only temporary. There would be serious side effects. After the effect of the Baodan was over, it would be difficult to move for at least 3 days. It would also be accompanied by bone-piercing pain. Lin Tian had inherited the master apothecary's medicine canon and divine skills. Naturally, he recognized this Baodan immediately. This grade of treasured pill was only useful for those below the 3rd level of the Great Dao Realm. After all, it was only an inferior grade, 7th tier alchemical pill. He estimated that with his current cultivation level, after consuming a single Blood God pill, his cultivation level should be able to rise to the 1st level of the Great Dao Realm. The whooshing crocodile raised its head and looked over. It does seem to be that kind of pill. It was very knowledgeable and naturally recognized this Baodan. It only glanced at it and did not pay much attention to it. Lin Tian walked over, took the small medicine bottle, and carefully put it away. Next place, continue, the Wuxing crocodile said. The group continued to go deeper into the insect territory. They opened one palace after another and found countless treasures. After all, the insect territory had been passed down for a long time. After such a long time, there would naturally be many good things in the insect territory. Crack! When another treasure vault was opened, the inside was shining brightly. An extremely rich spiritual energy fluctuation spread out. It was all Lingjing. Lin Tian roughly glanced at it. There were about 700,000 jin. It's slightly stronger than the 3 dynasties of the third heaven. He muttered to himself, hundreds of thousands of jin of Lingjing. If it was in the past, it would be a huge treasure to him. However, seeing it now, he did not have much of a reaction. To the current him, 700,000 jin of Lingjing was no longer a big deal. Not long after, the group rummaged through the various great halls of the insect territory and found many extraordinary treasures. In the end, treasure weapons, baodan, lingjing, medicinal herbs, and other rare treasures were all taken out and placed together, piling up into a small mountain that emitted a bright light. The barbarian ancestor looked at Lin Tian and said, "This time, little friend Lin and the others took the lead and blocked the insect territory's invasion. Therefore, we will split these treasures 50-50. Lin Tian shook his head and declined. This time they were able to successfully eliminate the insect territory because of the barbarian race. If it weren't for the barbarian race, it would have been impossible for him, by Qiu, by Ziki, and Wuxing crocodile to come here. He didn't want these treasures. 50-50, it's settled." The barbarian ancestor waved his hand generously. Lin Tian still wanted to decline, but the barbarian ancestor and the great elder of the barbarian race were very firm, so he couldn't say anything. In the end, the barbarian ancestor and the great elder of the barbarian race equally divided the treasures of the insect territory, baodan, lingjing, and other treasures. Such a small race, there's no good treasure. Wuxing crocodile curled its lips. To it, who had once reached the peak of the nirvana realm, the accumulation of the insect territory was really nothing. Lin Tian listened to its words and didn't say anything. He casually glanced at the dilapidated land of the insect territory's main race. The barbarian ancestor and the others also looked around. Many barbarian race cultivators were still roaring. Clearly, they felt very relieved. "We vented our anger. Now, we're just short of finding that child hero," the great elder of the barbarian race said. The barbarian ancestor and the other great Tao realm experts of the barbarian race nodded silently. There was worry between their brows. "Hero will definitely be fine. After returning to the tribe, send more people to search for him." "I'll go too," the third elder of the barbarian race said. Lin Tian nodded and said to the barbarian race experts, "After this, I'll also try my best to find Hero's whereabouts." Fan Ingxiong was his friend, and his whereabouts were unknown because of him. He naturally wanted to find him. The barbarian ancestor and the others nodded at Lin Tian to express their gratitude. "Thank you, young friend." Lin Tian shook his head and said, "Seniors, you're too polite. This is what I should." Boom! Right at this moment, powerful fluctuations of the great Tao appeared in the distant sky. Over 20 figures rushed over, all of them with powerful vitality. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of them. Their eyes were shrouded in killing intent, causing the great elder and the others to be moved. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and a glint flashed through them. These 20 figures were all great Tao realm experts. Among them, there were people from the Bone race, the Sorcerer race, the Blood Wolf race, the Dark Shadow race, the Ant race, the Sea race, and the Stone God race. "Kid, they're here to seek revenge," Wuxing crocodile said. Chapter 768. Lin Tian followed the barbarian tribe army and charged towards the insect tribe's main territory. He did not conceal himself along the way, and many cultivators saw him. Then the news naturally spread out, and the Stone Deity clan and other elites found out about it. At this moment, the elites of these large clans had arrived. The Stone Deity clan, Sea clan, Bone clan, and Sorcerer clan each had 4 great Tao elites. The Ant clan, Dark Shadow clan, and Blood Wolf clan each had 3 great Tao elites. The auras they exuded were very powerful, and the fluctuations of the great Tao were very rich. What a great lineup! It's even better than the last time we went to that palace. Wuxing Crocodile muttered. Lin Tian looked at the dozens of great Tao elites from the large clans, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He did not say anything. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu naturally did not say anything either. They already knew about the enmity between Lin Tian and the large clans, so they were not surprised by the scene before them. Moreover, there were Sea clan elites among them. They knew why the other party had come. The barbarian tribe army was shocked, but they also knew why the great Tao elites from the large clans had come here. At this moment, they all clenched the weapons in their hands tightly. The Stone Deity clan and other elites rushed here. When they saw the dilapidated land inside the insect tribe's territory, they were all shocked. The insect tribe had actually been completely wiped out. However, the dozens of elites were only shocked for a moment before they regained their senses. Their faces were filled with killing intent. Beast! These people charged to this place almost at the same time, and their eyes were cold and cruel. Among them, the eyes of the Stone Deity clan and other large clans fell on Lin Tian. Only the 3 great Tao elites from the Sea clan stared at the 3 people and the crocodile. The hostility in their eyes was very strong. Some time ago, the 3 people and the crocodile set up a dense killing formation and killed the genius saint of their lineage, as well as the 3 great Tao elites who went with them. In the end, even the first grand elder of their clan who rushed over after sensing the abnormality was killed on that island. This made them extremely angry. Even if I extract your meridians and pull out your bones, it won't be enough to vent my anger. A Sea clan elite gritted his teeth. At this moment, a total of 25 great Tao realm experts had arrived, and all of them were filled with killing intent. Their combined aura was really too powerful and terrifying. The gazes of the 4 great Tao realm experts from the Stone God clan were extremely venomous. To think that he dared to do this to a genius of our clan. Their clan saint had died in Lin Tian's hands some time ago. The 2 grand elders who went with him were also killed. Later on, they heard that there was a great killing formation in that place, and that Lin Tian was in control of that killing formation. Then they realized that Lin Tian had relied on that killing formation to kill their clan's genius and 2 great Tao cultivators. No matter what kind of underhanded methods you have, you must die today. An expert from the Bone clan said. At this time, dozens of Great Path cultivators directly pressed toward Lin Tian, all of them full of killing intent. When they gathered together, their killing intent was so strong that they even ignored the barbarian army in this place. Their auras were extremely ferocious. Lin Tian stared at these dozens of people. Light flashed in his eyes, and there was no fear in them. Bai Ziki stared ahead, and wisps of lightning interweaved on the surface of his body. At this moment, there was a bang and the void trembled. The barbarian tribe's 3rd elder stepped out and shouted at the dozens of people, "What do you want?" This barbarian tribe's 3rd elder naturally knew why these people were here. However, he didn't care. Lin Tian and the others had joined the barbarian tribe in their expedition against the insect tribe and were regarded as friends. Naturally, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Barbarians get lost. This has nothing to do with you barbarians. Don't bring disaster to your clan for no reason. The great Tao realm expert from the Stone God clan said coldly. As one of the 3 top factions in this region, the Stone God clan naturally didn't care about the barbarian tribe cultivators who were also great Tao realm experts. The barbarian tribe's 3rd elder had a fiery temper. How could he be threatened like this? Disaster? Do you think I'm scared? The great Tao realm expert from the Stone God clan had a cold look in his eyes. "You're courting death." Staring at the barbarian tribe's third elder, the four great Tao realm experts from the Stone God clan had killing intent in their eyes. "Who did you say was courting death?" A cold snort rang out. The barbarian tribe's patriarch stepped out. His Enlightenment realm aura instantly spread out, causing the great Tao realm experts from the Stone God clan to tremble. Facing this Enlightenment realm patriarch from the barbarian tribe, the four great Tao realm experts from the Stone God clan were a little wary. However, they weren't afraid. With cold expressions, they said, "The barbarian tribe wants to protect him? You want to become enemies with our tribe? You'd better think carefully. The barbarian tribe wants to become enemies with our bone tribe. You want to be attacked by several large clans at the same time? If you protect him now, you're declaring war on several large clans at the same time." The experts from the bone tribe said coldly. The barbarian tribe's patriarch snorted and said the same thing as the barbarian tribe's third elder. "Do you think I'm scared?" The old ancestor of the Berserker race appeared very domineering in the face of the great Tao cultivators from several great clans. He did not back down in the slightest when he heard them say that protecting Lin Tian was the same as declaring war on several great clans. "We're not afraid. Young brother Lin is our comrade. We will never abandon our comrade. If you want to fight, then fight." The barbarian tribe army roared at this moment. The dozens of savage beasts also roared loudly. These barbarian tribe cultivators were very wild and hot-blooded. Facing several large clans, they weren't afraid at all. The expressions of the great Tao realm experts from the Stone God clan instantly turned gloomy. Clearly, they didn't expect that the barbarian tribe would be so unyielding at this moment for Lin Tian. At this moment, there were enlightened realm experts among the barbarian tribe. They couldn't act rashly. After all, if enlightened realm expert attacked, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Lin Tian clenched his fist slightly. In the face of these experts from several large clans, the barbarian tribe didn't hesitate at all. Even if they risked being attacked by several large clans at the same time in the future, they still wanted to protect him. This moved him deeply. He took a deep breath and looked at the barbarian tribe's patriarch and the others. He bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, seniors. However, please don't get involved in the enmity between me and these large clans. This is a matter between me and them." He already accepted the barbarian tribe's good intentions. However, he couldn't drag the barbarian tribe into the enmity between him and several large clans because of this. That would destroy the barbarian tribe. The barbarian tribe's patriarch naturally knew what Lin Tian was thinking. He immediately wanted to tell Lin Tian not to worry, but Lin Tian waved his hand and interrupted him. Lin Tian's expression was very calm as he looked at the great Tao realm experts from the Stone God clan, the Bone clan, and the others. There wasn't a hint of fear on his face. Regardless of whether it's the Stone God clan, the Bone clan, the Sorcerer clan, the Ant clan, the Dark Shadow clan, the Blood Wolf clan, or the Sea clan, when you charge over, you will all be jumping into a dead end, just like last time. He waved his right hand, and a small medicine bottle appeared. Inside, it were 2 blood-red Bowden pills that were as red as agates. They were inferior, 7th-grade Blood God pills. Blood God pills? The dozens of great Tao realm experts from the Bone clan recognized them. "This is the will of the heavens. The heavens seem to know that you are going to attack, so they purposely asked me to find these Bowden pills here to deal with you." Lin Tian Dao. Without hesitation, he took out a Blood God pill and swallowed it. The Bowden melted as soon as it entered his mouth. A burning sensation flowed down his throat and into his stomach. Instantly, he felt his body tremble, and his aura began to rise. In an instant, he rushed from the 7th heaven of the reaching immortal realm to the 1st heaven of the great Tao realm. The whooshing crocodile lay on top of Lin Tian's head. At this moment, it could clearly feel Lin Tian's strength. His divine power was as vast as the ocean. The barbarian clan patriarch and the others were also shocked. They didn't expect Lin Tian to consume the blood god pill that he had obtained previously and forcefully reach the great Tao realm. In the next moment, these barbarian clan experts frowned slightly. Lin Tian had consumed the blood god pill and reached the first heaven of the great Tao realm. Although his combat strength was much stronger, there was still a huge gap between him and 25 true great Tao realm experts at the same time. These people's eyes were filled with worry. You're the only one who managed to reach the first heaven of the great Tao realm with an external medicine. You're only at the first heaven of the great Tao realm. What's the big deal? An expert from the Stone God clan said emotionlessly, "This is good too. We can torture him more so that he won't be killed instantly." An expert from the Sorcerer clan said sinisterly, "Dozens of great Tao realm experts approached step by step with killing intent." At this moment, Lin Tian's aura was much, much stronger. He felt as if there was an endless amount of energy in his body. Facing more than 20 great Tao realm experts approaching him, he didn't care at all. At this moment, Baiziki stepped over. There was no expression on his face as he stretched out his hand. His intention couldn't be more obvious. He wanted the last blood god pill. Lin Tian was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and raised his hand. He threw the last blood god pill over. Baiziki caught the blood god pill and consumed it. Instantly, the aura emitted from his body skyrocketed like Lin Tian's. In the blink of an eye, he reached the peak of the first heaven of the great Tao realm. The two of them stood side by side. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by golden light, while Baiziki's body was surrounded by lightning. Their slender bodies were tall and straight, like two divine mountains. "Ruffian crocodile, go to the side and wait." Lin Tian Ondao. F***CK. Brat, we may be close, but don't slander your lord crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile scolded. However, he still flew up from Lin Tian's head and landed on Bai Qiu's head. Bai Qiu stared ahead, slightly worried. Wuxing Crocodile could clearly sense that Bai Qiu was worried about the two of them. He said, "Young lady, don't worry. Lin Tian is a freak, and so is your brother. Even though they entered the first heaven of the great Tao realm through medicine, they're still far stronger than ordinary great Tao realm experts." In front, the divine light around Lin Tian and Baiziki's bodies became stronger. The power of the blood god pill was completely revealed. A great Tao realm expert from the Stone God clan had a cold look in his eyes. So what if there's one more person? Previously, he was only at the first heaven of the great Tao and didn't have any Tao laws. With such great Tao-level strength, what can he do? Dozens of experts stepped forward, not taking the two of them seriously at all. Facing these people, the two of them didn't show any emotion. "I can kill all of you." Lin Tian Ondao. His voice was very calm, as if he was stating a fact. This caused the eyes of the 25 great Tao realm experts to turn cold, and the killing intent in their eyes became even more intense. What a sharp-tongued thing! The Stone God clan expert's voice was vicious, and he instantly rushed over. "Fellow Taoists, be careful of that purple-robed young man with lightning intertwining around his body. Hand him over to my clan to deal with." A sea race expert said. This lineage knew about Baiziki's strength and wanted to seize Baiziki's sovereign physique source. Boom! In an instant, dozens of great Tao-level waves surged and pressed down on Lin Tian and Baiziki, causing the black hair in front of their foreheads to dance wildly. However, facing such a violent aura, the two of them still didn't show any expression. White pig head, let's see who can kill more. Chapter 769. Lin Tian's words could be said to be very provocative. He did not take the Stone God clan and the other great Tao realm cultivators seriously at all. Instead, it was as if he saw these people as prey. This made the dozens of great Tao realm cultivators furious, and their killing intent soared. It was also at this time that Baiziki opened his mouth and responded to Lin Tian. He spat out a simple word, "Okay." Instantly, the dozens of great Dao realm cultivators were even more furious. These two were so arrogant, completely looking down on them. Two ants. The group's killing intent soared. A rumbling sound reverberated. In the next moment, the dozens of people all moved, charging toward the two at the same time. Lin Tianling smiled. After taking the blood god pill, the divine power in his body became incomparably abundant, and his cultivation level temporarily rose to the first heaven of the great Tao. He felt that his abilities in all aspects had taken a huge leap. Although it is far inferior to the divine talisman that the old guy gave me last time, it is still powerful enough. When he was in the third heaven, an old drunkard had once used his own power to condense a divine talisman for him, helping him temporarily increase his battle prowess. At this time, after taking the blood god pill, he was far inferior to that time. However, facing these dozens of great Dao realm cultivators, he did not feel the slightest pressure. Boom! With a rumble, the golden divine light around his body soared. In the next moment, like a golden bolt of lightning, his speed was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of a great Dao realm cultivator from the Stone God clan, who was charging at the front. This great Dao realm cultivator from the Stone God clan was at the second heaven of the great Dao realm. Instantly, his expression changed, and he quickly retreated. "You!" Boom! A golden fist pressed down from the sky, shattering and crushing everything in its path. Nothing could stop it. The golden fist seemed to be condensed from the sun, intertwined with invincible battle prowess. With one punch, it shattered this great Dao realm cultivator from the Stone God clan. At the same time, a black and white lotus petal streaked across Lin Tian's forehead. It was also extremely fast. With his current great Dao battle prowess, it instantly shattered his opponent's divine spirit. Such a scene caused everyone's expression to change. It was too fast. In just an instant, a great Dao realm cultivator from the Stone God clan was killed on the spot. Ah! A scream came from another direction. Baiziki's mighty lightning filled the sky and drowned out a sea tribe cultivator of the second heaven of the great Tao. The lightning was the divine thunder of origin of his king body. It directly turned his opponent's body and spirit into ash. Everyone was stunned. Even the great ancestors of the barbarians in the Enlightenment realm could not help but widen their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian and Baiziki had each killed a great path cultivator. These two, the barbarian tribe's great elder's heart trembled as he looked ahead. Lin Tian and Baiziki were not tall and slender, but at that moment, their methods caused one's heart to tremble. They had only used medicine to forcefully reach the first tier of the great Dao realm, but they were able to instantly kill a powerful cultivator from the older generation who had truly stepped into the great Dao realm many years ago. Just how astonishing was this? How invincible was that? The Stone God clan and the other large clans had sent 25 great Dao cultivators. In the blink of an eye, only 23 were left. You! Staring at Lin Tian and Baiziki, these 23 people could not help but feel their hearts tremble. It was not that they were afraid at this moment, but that their bodies had given birth to this kind of instinctive reaction. Golden divine light intertwined around Lin Tian's body. He looked at the 23 people with a very calm expression, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. There are geniuses and trash in this world. I have never thought of myself as a genius, but... He looked at the 23 great Dao realm cultivators and said mercilessly, "All of you are absolute trash." These words were very calm, so calm that they were emotionless. They were filled with naked contempt and mockery, causing the dozens of great Dao realm cultivators to be enraged. Flames almost materialized in their eyes, and green veins were popping out on their foreheads. Arrogant little B*****, kill. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. At this moment, among them, the Stone God clan had even forgotten that a great Tao realm cultivator had died in their clan. The Ocean clan had also forgotten this point, and their killing intent was extremely strong. Up until now, they had been able to step into the great Tao realm. All of them had experienced countless battles, and in the past, they were also known as geniuses. But now, Lin Tian was looking down on them mercilessly, calling them absolute trash. This caused them to fly into a rage, and their killing intent was extremely dense. Boom! At this moment, dozens of people actually charged towards Lin Tian. Dense waves of divine power intertwined around their bodies. Lin Tian sneered. He was fearless and did not make any unnecessary movements. He simply waved his iron fist. The golden fist light crushed the sky and shattered everything. It caused the space to crackle and crack. It was as if it was made of porcelain, and cracks were instantly everywhere. At the same time, a cold voice rang out, accompanied by waves of thunderous sounds. Do you take me for a decoration? Boom! A thick bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky, drowning out a great Tao cultivator from the Ant clan, directly destroying his body and soul. The might of the Thunder God's physique was extremely domineering. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over. He could not help but laugh loudly. Baiziki's battle prowess was too strong. You kill two, I kill one. How can I fall behind? He laughed somewhat maniacally. With a boom, a divine power light sword condensed in his hand. The sword will of the towering Heaven Sword Manual was overwhelming, and it directly pierced through the glabella of a great Tao realm cultivator from the Dark Shadow tribe, shattering his consciousness. Even his spirit and body were shattered within. We're even now. Then I'll overtake you, he said again. With a swoosh, he stepped on the fifth tier of the Yin and Yang row, turning into a bolt of golden lightning and closing in on a great Tao realm cultivator from the Bloodwolf tribe. He clenched his left fist and directly smashed the other party into pieces. Then, he used the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea to crush his spirit. I'll take 3, you take 2. He looked toward Baiziki. Baiziki's eyes narrowed, and the lightning outside his body became even stronger, rumbling loudly. Boom! In the end, the void couldn't withstand such divine might. With a crack, it shattered, and spatial turbulence poured out. Amidst the lightning, Baiziki was like the god of thunder surveying the world. With a single step, 10,000 lightning bolts moved, drowning another great Tao realm cultivator from the Sea tribe. Ah! A tragic cry rang out, and this great Tao realm cultivator from the Sea tribe was drowned. His spirit and body did manage to escape and were shattered by Baiziki's divine thunder of origin. Baiziki glanced at Lin Tian and took a step forward, appearing in front of a Dark Shadow tribe cultivator who was closest to him. He raised his godless palm, and with a poof he smacked the cultivator into pieces. Then, a sky full of purple lightning came crashing down. Ah! An ear-piercing scream with hints of terror rang out. The second great Tao realm cultivator from the Dark Shadow tribe was killed, and his spirit and body were destroyed. A gleam flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and the duality puppet flashed. His right hand swung out a towering sword light, and his left hand swung out a golden iron fist, shattering the void and collapsing the firmament. Another great Tao realm cultivator from the Bloodwolf tribe was blasted into pieces, and blood stained the void. Stop, don't kill. Ah! The black and white Yin-Yang Lotus sword condensed and formed under Lin Tian's will, shattering the other party's spirit and body. He let out a cold laugh, stared at the last Bloodwolf tribe cultivator, and took a step forward. The fifth one, he said coldly. This voice was cold and merciless, causing the last Bloodwolf tribe cultivator to immediately tremble fiercely. Under Lin Tian's ferocious might, he couldn't help but take a step back. And with this step, he was isolated from the world. Clang! Piercing sword light cut through eternity, and with a poof, it pierced through the center of his brows. A stretch of black and white lotus petals intertwined, and even his spirit and body were wiped out completely. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the aura outside Baiziki's body became even stronger. The divine thunder of origin condensed into a 5-foot-tall thunder beast, and with a puff, it swallowed the last great Tao realm cultivator from the Dark Shadow tribe, directly annihilating him. The two of them looked at each other, and a gleam flashed in their eyes as they charged towards the next enemy. Clang! Boom! The sound of swords and thunder swept through the sky, shattering the firmament and shattering the earth, turning this place into a sea of swords and thunder. The moment the battle began, the barbarian tribe army left this place far away and cleared out a battlefield. At this moment, all of them were staring at this place, and all of them were dumbfounded. All of the burly men had their mouths and eyes wide open. Whoosh! The barbarian tribe's patriarch pinched his sparse beard and accidentally broke a strand. The great elder of the barbarian tribe and the others also seemed to have been petrified. They stared ahead in a daze, as if their souls had been taken away by the Grim Reaper. At this moment, the barbarian tribe army, the few great Tao realm cultivators of the barbarian tribe, and the patriarch of the barbarian tribe were all speechless. Originally, the barbarian tribe's patriarch and the grand supreme elders of the barbarian tribe were worried about Lin Tian and Baiziki. After all, there were 25 great Tao realm cultivators from the Stone Deity clan, and they were all older generation cultivators who had stepped into the great Tao realm for many years. They had rich combat experience. On the other hand, Lin Tian and Baiziki had relied on medicine to forcibly raise their strength to the great Tao realm. Their combat experience was lacking compared to the 20 or so older generation cultivators. They felt that the difference in combat strength between the two sides should be huge, so they had been watching the battle cautiously. However, the current situation shocked them greatly. Lin Tian and Baiziki were like two gods, completely suppressing the 25 great Tao realm cultivators from the Stone Deity clan. The two of them charged into the midst of the 25 great Tao realm cultivators, and their valiance was unstoppable. They were actually competing with each other in battle to see who could kill more enemies. In the blink of an eye, they had killed 10 great Tao realm cultivators from the other side. At this moment, even the old monster whooshing crocodile couldn't help but gulp. These two monsters. Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. Even though he knew that Lin Tian and his brother were very powerful, he didn't expect the two of them to be so ferocious at this moment. Clang! The sound of a sword whistling was ear-piercing, and a golden iron fist shook the heavens. Lin Tian was like a divine king descending into the world, killing a shaman tribe cultivator. "I have 6 now." He laughed loudly, and the black hair on his forehead danced wantonly in the strong wind. These words were undoubtedly said for Baiziki to hear. Baiziki's eyes shone brightly, and like Lin Tian, he punched out with his bare hands. Another violent lightning beast charged out. It had the appearance of an immortal python, and it swallowed a great Tao realm cultivator from the ant tribe. Even his divine spirit was annihilated by it. Lin Tian swept a glance over, and the momentum of his attacks became even stronger. Baiziki didn't say a single word, and his attacks were even stronger. At this moment, the two of them were like demon lords, but also like celestial kings. Their divine might was unshakable, and their actions were like that of supreme beings. You too, the great Tao realm cultivators from the Stone Deity clan were still alive, were shocked, enraged, and terrified. Their 25 great Tao realm cultivators had come together, but now 12 of them had been killed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lin Tian and Baiziki didn't treat them as opponents at all. Instead, they were purely treating them as prey. Chapter 770. 25 great Tao realm experts charged over together, but 12 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. This caused the remaining 13 people who were still alive to involuntarily tremble. At this moment, they looked at Lin Tian, and Baiziki, feeling fear, used divine abilities to suppress them. A great Tao expert from the stone god race roared, "Don't let them get close. Attack from afar." An expert from the bone race shouted. The 13 of them retreated at the same time, widening the distance between them and Lin Tian and Baiziki. At the same time, they executed the great techniques of their race. For a time, terrifying killing intent interweaved in this space, causing the void to shatter. Kill! The 13 of them roared, and the divine abilities and techniques they executed were all extraordinary. In an instant, a large part of the void collapsed, and a terrifying destructive force pressed down toward the two of them. Lin Tian stepped on the duality robe, and with a buzz he propped up a stone plate. This was a superior-grade Tao weapon that he had snatched from the stone god race saint. At this moment he propped up this superior-grade Tao weapon and passed through the destructive force. He directly used this superior-grade Tao weapon to press down on a great Tao realm expert from the bone race. Blood splattered in the air, and this great Tao realm expert from the bone race exploded. Then the yin-yang lotus petal met him, shattering his spirit body by a hair's breadth. "I'm 7, he said. Facing the dozen or so great Tao experts, he didn't care at all. It was as if they were just blades of grass, as if they were just pieces of tofu. He held up the superior-grade Tao weapon stone plate and directly pressed it toward the last 12 experts. Baiziki's eyes narrowed. With a boom, he propped up a mystic iron seal. Vast and mighty thunderbolts filled the sky, tearing apart the divine light screen of a great Tao realm expert from the ant race. The mystic iron seal landed fiercely on his chest, shattering it on the spot. Rumble! A bolt of divine thunder of origin pressed down, drowning his spirit body that had rushed up and crushing it. After killing this person, Baiziki turned his head and looked at the sea race great Tao realm expert who was closest to him. "You want to?" Boom! Thunder rumbled, suppressing the voice of the sea race's great Tao expert. Baiziki's expression was cold. He used the high-grade Tao soldier level profound metal seal to crush this oceanic race expert. Then he used the divine thunder origin to destroy his soul. Almost at the same time, a scream rang out from the other side as another bone race master was killed by Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, 25 great Tao realm experts had arrived. The 3 from the Bloodwolf tribe were all wiped out. The 3 from the Dark Shadow tribe were all wiped out. And the 3 from the Ant tribe were all wiped out. Only the Stone God tribe was left with 3. The Shaman tribe was left with 3. The Bone tribe was left with 2, and the Sea tribe was left with 1. Out of the 25 great Tao experts, 16 were slain in the span of a few dozen breaths. Only 9 remained. These 2 fellows are 2F * King Savage. Whooshing Crocodile glared at him. Bai Qiu shrunk his neck again. So fierce. The barbarian tribe's progenitor accidentally broke another strand of his beard, but he did not feel any pain. On the other hand, the barbarian army was even more stunned. "Are they gods?" Someone murmured. Their powerful strength and shocking methods caused everyone to be deeply shocked. However, there were still 9 people alive, and the battle did not stop. "I will be the one to win." Lin Tiandao. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly as he used his divine light sword to perform the towering Heaven Sword Manual. The sword ray was shocking, shaking the heavens and the earth. "It's me." It was rare for Baiziki to say these 2 words. Lightning surrounded his body, and it was as though he was the god of thunder who had descended to the world. Puff! Puff! Almost at the same time, a great Tao expert from the Sea tribe and a great Tao expert from the Shaman tribe were respectively crushed by 2 Tao soldiers of higher grades. Then they used their own special methods to wipe out the other party's spirit body. In the blink of an eye, The 25 great Tao experts charged over, and only 7 were left. Tao law. Use the power of great Tao to deal with them. A 4th heaven great Tao expert from the Stone God tribe roared. With a rumble, this person took the lead to activate the Tao law. The void began to distort in an irregular manner. It was not because of a powerful force that caused the space to distort, but because of the power of Tao. This power of Tao could distort everything in the world. Whoa. On the other side, the other 6 great Tao experts also made their moves, displaying their own Tao laws. 7 different laws of the great path interweaved in this space, as if it had turned into an ocean of Tao in an instant. The fluctuations caused many of the barbarian tribe cultivators to tremble involuntarily. They were shocked by the tyrannical power of Tao laws. The black hair in front of Lin Tian's forehead flowed. Even when the Tao law power came pressing down, he was still not afraid. He did not even have the slightest scruple. Boom! The sound of thunder was ear-piercing, reverberating in all directions. Not far from him, behind by Ziki, a sea of lightning appeared, and a large thunder palace intertwined. In an instant, an even more terrifying power of lightning appeared, and another power emerged, spreading out in a mighty manner. When this scene appeared, the remaining Bone tribe, Stone God tribe, and Shaman tribe cultivators all changed their expressions. Their eyes flickered violently as though they had seen a ghost. The barbarian tribe ancestor broke off a strand of his beard for the 3rd time. Divine Rumble Palace. He has the Thunder God physique. Thunder God physique. A king physique. The one who fought side by side with us, this young man he has a king physique? The other supreme elders of the barbarian tribe were all shocked. These older cultivators naturally recognized the divine Rumble Palace of the king's territory. Their gazes fell on Baiziki. Boom! The divine Rumble Palace shook. Baiziki was now activating it with the power of the great Tao level. The power it exuded could really shatter everything. It shattered the Tao law power that was pressing down on him. Then, the divine Rumble Palace enveloped a cultivator of the sorcerer tribe. No, stop, poof! The cultivator of the sorcerer tribe exploded. His body collapsed, and his spiritual soul shattered. He was annihilated in the divine Rumble Palace of the king's territory. Baiziki's expression was cold. After holding up the divine Rumble Palace, he had a great majesty. After killing the cultivator of the sorcerer tribe, he did not stop. He directly used the divine Rumble Palace to suppress the cultivator of the great Tao of the Bone tribe. His identity as a king physique had been exposed to the Sea clan. It would be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, he naturally did not care about anything now. He used the king's territory to suppress the cultivator of the Bone tribe. After enveloping him, he killed him cleanly. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Buzz! He quickly formed a seal. The reincarnation map rushed up from behind him. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a vast divine light. When such a divine map appeared, the barbarian tribe patriarch and the others were shocked again. They felt that the power emitted by this divine map was even stronger than by Ziki's divine Rumble Palace of the king's territory. The black hair in front of Lin Tian's forehead surged. Baiziki did not care about exposing his king physique at this time because it had already been exposed. As for him, he did not need to be afraid. Except for dead people and Heavenly Lord level cultivators, no one could see through his reincarnation map. Boom! The reincarnation diagram burst out with a brilliant light, similarly shattering a stretch of the power of Tao laws, enveloping the 2 great Tao realm experts from the Stone God clan simultaneously. The divine diagram shook, shattering the 2 of them. Even their divine souls and bodies were annihilated within it. The reincarnation map of the king's territory had invincible divine might. This kid, what exactly is this thing? It doesn't feel like a divine ability. How can it be so powerful? Wuxing Crocodile was really puzzled. This guy has too many secrets. I can't even dig them all out. Bai Qiu whispered. The barbarian tribe army was in a daze as they stared at the divine map that Lin Tian was holding up. It was too powerful, too invincible. In front, on the battlefield, only 3 of the 25 great Dao realm cultivators were left. There was a 4th firmament great Dao realm cultivator from the Stone God clan, a 3rd firmament great Dao realm cultivator from the Bone tribe, and a 3rd firmament great Dao realm cultivator from the Sorcerer tribe. We can't stop them. The great Dao realm cultivator from the Bone tribe was horrified. As far as the eye could see, the divine map hovered above Lin Tian's head, and the divine roar palace behind by Ziki were both terrifyingly powerful. Cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the last cultivator from the Sorcerer tribe. In the next moment, he let out a loud roar and fled into the distance. Almost at the same time, the great Dao realm cultivator from the Bone tribe also did the same thing. He fled? Someone from the barbarian tribe was stunned. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki tilted their heads, and a murderous glint flashed in their eyes. With a buzz, the reincarnation map above Lin Tian's head was as fast as lightning. It was as though it had crossed the distance of time and space. In an instant, it enveloped the escaping cultivator from the Sorcerer tribe and directly crushed him into a bloody mist, destroying his divine soul and body. At the same time, in the divine roar palace of the king region behind by Ziki, a lightning figure stood up and slashed forward across the air. Poof! In the distance, the escaping cultivator from the Bone tribe exploded, his divine soul and body destroyed. You are 12 and I am 12. Even. Lin Tiandao tilted his head and looked at the battlefield. Just like him, Bai Ziki also looked over. At this moment, there was only one great Dao realm cultivator from the Stone God tribe left. At this moment, when he met the gazes of the 2 of them, he couldn't help but tremble violently. His eyes were instantly filled with fear. Let me go. Otherwise, my tribe will definitely not let you guys off. The Stone God tribe cultivator said in a trembling voice. Even though he was at the 4th heaven of the great Dao realm, his eyes were filled with fear at this moment. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over. His eyes flickered as he activated the reincarnation map and directly pressed down. Mine. Boom. Lightning rumbled, and purple light shook the world. Bai Ziki took a step forward, and the vast lightning that filled the sky descended, enveloping a part of the void. Mine. The 2 of them moved at the same time, each activating the king region and pressing down on the Stone God tribe cultivator. Then the 2 great king region pressured in front of the Stone God tribe cultivator at the same time. White pig, get out of the way. Lin Tiandao, the reincarnation map of the king region, shone even brighter, enveloping the void in all directions. Mine. Bai Ziki still said the same 2 words, not backing down all. The 2 of them charged forward, fighting for the priority to kill this cultivator from the Stone God clan. Then they both attacked each other. The golden sword aura and the purple lightning collided, causing the void to crack inch by inch. A violent hurricane swept out in all directions. The barbarian tribe cultivators were all stunned. They couldn't help but open their mouths, but couldn't say a single word. The eyes of the barbarian tribe's patriarch were wide open, and the barbarian tribe's great elder and the others were also in a daze. In their vision, after a great battle, Lin Tian and Bai Ziki each killed 12 great Dao realm cultivators. Now, there was only one person left. Therefore, in order to determine who killed more enemies, the 2 of them actually started to fight and compete with each other. What 2 warmongers? Chapter 771. Seeing Lin Tian and Bai Ziki's current actions, everyone's eyes widened. They were all in a daze, surprised and embarrassed. These 2 were actually fighting each other in order to kill the last enemy. Boom! Clang! Thunder rumbled, and the sound of swords clanged, constantly interweaving in this void. Lin Tian waved his golden iron fist. Just as he was about to hit the great Tao expert from the Stone God clan, he was kicked away by Baiziki. Then Baiziki raised his large hand covered in purple lightning. Without using any remarkable skills, he slapped it towards the great Tao expert from the Stone God clan. Lin Tian's speed was very fast. He struck out with a fist light, blasting away Baiziki's large hand. The towering sword light slashed towards the great Tao expert from the Stone God clan. Boom! A bolt of pure yang thunder god purple lightning struck down, instantly shattering Ling Tian's sword radiance. Immediately after that, dense bolts of lightning rained down, covering the great path cultivator of the Stone God clan. Wang. The reincarnation diagram flashed and flew past, annihilating all the lightning and completely sealing off the surrounding space. It was like an apocalyptic millstone pressing down on the great Tao expert from the Stone God clan. A bolt of lightning flashed in Baiziki's eyes. He rushed over with the support of the Divine Cry Palace, blocking the reincarnation diagram. Then he supported the great Celestial King Arcane Art of the Bai clan and slammed his palm towards the great Tao expert from the Stone God clan. Lin Tianyi stepped forward and similarly supported the great Celestial King Arcane Art. His celestial palm pressed down, blocking Baiziki's great Celestial King Arcane Art. Then he swung his sword towards the great Tao expert from the Stone God clan. Boom! 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 The two of them fought each other to kill the last great Tao expert from the Stone God clan. All kinds of remarkable skills collided. It was unknown how much stronger they were when they were fighting against the other dozens of great Tao experts. The void cracked inch by inch, and the ground collapsed. The barbarian race's third elder was a little stunned. Boom! 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 Astonishing divine might intertwined. Lin Tian and Baiziki fought, and the intensity of the battle became even more astonishing. White Pig, get out of the way! Lin Tiandao. He waved his towering sword radiance, cutting through the sky and pressing down on the Stone God race cultivator. Mine. Baiziki's expression was indifferent. He used the divine thunder of origin to blast away Lin Tian's towering sword radiance. Then he used the divine roar palace to suppress the cultivator from the Stone God clan, sealing the space in all directions. Lin Tian used the reincarnation diagram to cut off the Shinming Palace. Then he summoned the vision in his sea of consciousness and rushed toward the stone deity race cultivators. Baiziki also raised his spiritual sea anomaly and blocked Lin Tian's spiritual sea anomaly. Then he slammed his palm towards the Stone God clan's expert. Ka! Neither of them gave way to the other. They fought until the sky kept shaking. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. It was appalling. The Stone God clan's expert was caught in the fight between the two. He was swept to the east and west by the hurricanes. He faced death dozens of times, but in the end he was either neutralized by Baiziki or neutralized by Lin Tian. This caused him to feel fear before he died again and again. In the end, dense blood vessels appeared in his eyes, and he roared like a madman. He tried to escape, but Lin Tian and Baiziki were in the middle of the battlefield. He could not escape at all. Every time, his escape route was cut off by the tyrannical divine might. There was no way for him to escape. His resistance was indescribably weak. Under the divine roar palace and the reincarnation diagram, his most powerful principle was useless. He could not do anything to the two. I've had enough. Ah! The Stone God clan's expert roared. His eyes were red and covered in blood vessels. A violent, chaotic divine power rushed out in an instant. Instantly, the expressions of the barbarian tribe's patriarch and the others changed. Oh no! Whooshing crocodile glared. These two warmongers forced a fourth heaven of the great Tao to self-destruct. Ah! The Stone God clan's expert roared. Under the fight between Lin Tian and Baiziki, he faced death again and again. Even though he was a great Dao realm expert and had a strong mental state, he could not bear the feeling of facing death again and again. This was simply a kind of torture, a kind of cruel torture. He directly chose to self-destruct. The space shook violently. In the blink of an eye, a tyrannical aura of destruction interweaved. The body of the Stone God clan's expert instantly swelled up like a balloon. Even his face changed shape. Lin Tian was moved. Baiziki was also moved. With just a glance, they could tell what the Stone God clan's expert was doing. A ray of light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. The Yin-Yang Ho flashed and directly stepped over. The reincarnation diagram pressed down mightily. With a boom, Baiziki did not fall behind. The divine roar palaces, lightning soared into the sky and also swept forward. Almost at the same time, the two kings' territories landed on the Stone God clan's expert. Puff! A bloody mist exploded. The self-destruction of the Stone God clan's expert of the Great Tao was interrupted. He was directly shattered by the two kings' territories. Even his spirit was annihilated. The barbarian tribe's army stared ahead in a daze. After seeing this scene, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "It's finally over," someone muttered. Seeing Lin Tian and Baiziki fighting for the right to kill the Stone God clan's expert first, these people were really a little embarrassed. On the battlefield, the reincarnation diagram shone brightly, and the divine roar palace flashed with lightning. More than half of his physique and spirit were destroyed by me. I won. Lin Tian looked at Baiziki and said with a smile. Baiziki snorted coldly. Without saying anything, he put away the divine roar palace. In comparison, it was indeed as Lin Tian said. His divine roar palace was still inferior to the reincarnation diagram. More than half of the Stone God clan's experts' physique and spirit were destroyed by the reincarnation diagram. His divine roar palace only shattered a small part of it. Based on this calculation, Lin Tian had indeed won. Bai Qiu breathed a sigh of relief and went up to greet them. The barbarian tribe's patriarch and the others also went up to greet them. All of them were a little shocked. They were shocked by Baiziki's thunder god physique, by the tyrannical power of the divine roar diagram supported by Lin Tian, and by the two's invincible combat strength. Even the barbarian tribe's patriarch, who was in the Enlightenment realm, was no exception. He looked at the two and said, "Seeing these two young friends, I really feel that I'm old. Senior, your vitality is still vigorous and at the peak. You're not old." Lin Tian said courteously. He exchanged a few words with the barbarian tribe's patriarch. Then he looked at the ground of the insect clan's main tribe and landed. At this time, the blood god pill's effect could last for about an hour. He landed on the ground of the insect clan's main tribe. The dragon patterns under his feet spread down. Suddenly he saw 16 bright dragons. They were vast and boundless. They were the 16 immortal veins. At this moment, relying on the blood god pill, he was in the first heaven of the great path. He used a secret method to break the seal outside the 16 immortal veins of the insect clan. Then he used the secret technique of the dragon burial scripture to compress the 16 immortal veins into 16 small dragons. After that, he cut open the ground and grabbed the 16 small dragons from the ground. He added a layer of the 4-symbol seal and then put them into the stone ring. The 16 immortal veins were nothing to him now. At least, they were not of much use to his cultivation. However, they were very useful in other places. For example, if he placed them under the Emergent sect or the Burning Sun sect, it would definitely make the two sects more prosperous. Their future achievements would be very shocking. Compressing the immortal veins to this extent? The 10 great path powerhouses of the barbarian tribe were shocked. They did not see the dragon patterns appear and did not know what method Lin Tian used. At this moment, when they saw the scene, they were a little shocked. They could not compress 16 immortal veins to the size of an inch with the pure cultivation of the Great Path realm. Now that they saw Lin Tian do it, they were naturally shocked by this method. Not even a strand of hair is left. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said, "In the insect clan's main tribe blood flowed. Broken corpses fell on the ground one by one. It was a shocking sight." Lin Tian turned and bowed slightly to the barbarian tribe's patriarch and the others. At this moment he was ready to leave. "You just went through a great battle. Why don't you come to my tribe to rest?" The barbarian tribe's patriarch asked him to stay and said, "The medicinal effects of the blood god pill will wear off soon. When that time comes, you won't be able to move. Come to my tribe, it will be much safer than outside." "Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior. However, it's not a problem. We still have companions who can protect us." Lin Tian shook his head and said, "In the future, I will definitely do my best to find the whereabouts of the hero. I will definitely find the hero." He exchanged a few words with the barbarian tribe's experts. In the end, he waved his hand and left with Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Whooshing Crocodile. In the blink of an eye, the three people and the crocodile disappeared into the distant horizon. "They are all prodigies, true prodigies." The barbarian tribe's patriarch's eyes flashed. The barbarian tribe's grand elder could not help but nod. He looked at the departing figures of Lin Tian and the others. "Even if the hero grows to the peak in the future, I'm afraid he won't be able to compare to them. Those two people are really." Thinking about the divine might of Lin Tian and Bai Ziki, at this moment, the barbarian tribe's 8th Heaven Great Path experts' eyes could not help but flicker again. Too strong. They really had the bearing of invincibility. "All right, let's go back to the tribe and send more people to find the hero," the barbarian tribe's 3rd elder said. "Yes, go back to the tribe and find the hero." The barbarian tribe's 2nd elder nodded. At that moment, the barbarian tribe's patriarch spoke. The barbarian tribe's army began to retreat from the insect tribe's main territory in an orderly manner, heading towards the large mountain range where the barbarian tribe was located. Lin Tian and the others had already traveled a long distance away from the insect tribe's main territory. There's still a little time before the blood god pill's medicinal effect wears off. Before that, let's do some other things. Lin Tian Ondao. He appeared on a road that was relatively densely packed with people. He used his divine sense to display a series of images. It was the scene of him and Bai Ziki fighting the 25 Great Path experts from the Stone God's clan, the Bone God's clan, and the others, and killing them one by one. At the same time, he let out a loud and clear voice that spread far and wide. Dark Shadow Tribe, Blood Wolf Tribe, Ant Tribe, Bone Tribe, Sea Tribe, Sorcerer Tribe, and Stone God Tribe, none of you can do it. You're too weak as chickens and pottery dogs. Immediately, all the cultivators on this road trembled. They were all shocked, seeing Lin Tian's divine sense image and hearing Lin Tian's words. These cultivators were all shocked. For a long time, they could not utter a single word. When Lin Tian saw this, a faint light flashed across his eyes. He retreated and left. "Boy Lin, you're worried that you'll implicate the barbarian tribe, so you're deliberately telling the world that the Great Path experts from several large tribes were killed by you and Boy Bai, and that you have nothing to do with the barbarian tribe who went to the insect tribe's main territory with you?" Chapter 772. Lin Tian didn't comment on Whooshing Crocodile's words, but in fact he did think so. In this region, everyone knew that he was in the connecting immortal realm. Dozens of great virtue realm experts from the Stone God clan, Bone clan, and Bone clan went to the center of the Zerg race to kill him. But in the end, all of them died. A few major clans might think that the barbarian tribe experts helped him kill the great virtue realm experts. After all, the barbarian tribe was the center of the Zerg race with him. In this way, it would naturally be risky for the barbarian tribe. Therefore, he used this divine consciousness imprint. He, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Whooshing Crocodile left this place. After a while, he trembled and fell straight down. At this moment, his complexion turned pale as an intense pain assaulted him. It was as if his heart was being pierced by thousands of arrows. He felt as if his flesh was being cut by sharp blades. This kind of pain was hundreds of times more painful than when he was condensing his divine veins. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't help but let out a painful groan and almost fainted. At the same time, Bai Ziki also fell down. He couldn't even move a finger. "What happened to you?" Bai Qiu was shocked. Lin Tian opened his mouth. Moving his lower lip made him grit his teeth in pain. "The effect is over." The blood god pill could temporarily increase one's cultivation and battle prowess, but the side effects were not small. At this time, the effects of the blood god pill had passed, and the side effects followed, causing him and Bai Ziki to lose the ability to move in an instant. Every inch of their skin was in intense pain, and they were relying on their strong willpower to support themselves from fainting. "Find a hidden place for us," he said with difficulty. At this time, not only did it hurt to speak, but it also hurt to breathe. Bai Qiu quickly nodded and looked at Whooshing Crocodile. "Enlarge your monster body and carry them. I will find a hidden place." "Carry them? You want Lord Crocodile to be your mount?" "No way." Whooshing Crocodile shook his head repeatedly, stretched out a pair of claws, and said, "One for each of us. Just hold them. There is no need to carry them. They are already in a bad condition. You will hurt them if you hold them like that." Bai Qiu said furiously, "What's wrong with that? Don't you humans have an ancient saying? Only when you're in pain can you rise above others." Whooshing Crocodile said. Bai Qiu glared at it. "Cut the crap. Are you going to carry me or not?" "No. Lord Crocodile would rather die than become someone's mount. If this gets out, how am I going to show my face in the future?" Whooshing Crocodile shook its head repeatedly. Bai Qiu was instantly enraged. She glared at Whooshing Crocodile and said, "If you don't carry me, I will use the king's territory to imprison you in the cauldron of divine fire for a year." Lin Tian had given her the cauldron of divine fire when they were in the Valley of No Return. This time, it was Whooshing Crocodile's turn to glare at her. Wang Yu, who possessed the extreme Yin physique, was no fun at all. "You little brat." I hashtag yen. It cursed. It really didn't want to resist a king's territory with the extreme Yin physique. It reluctantly put down its demon body and used its demon power to sweep Lin Tian and Bai Ziki onto its back. "Let's make a deal. Just this once. Just this once." So long-winded. Bai Qiu glanced at it from the corner of her eyes. She leaped into the air and landed on its back. She carefully protected Lin Tian and Bai Ziki. Whooshing Crocodile. I hashtag yen. Lin Tian's body was in severe pain. At this time, he couldn't even speak. However, he was still blushing with shame at this scene. Miss Bai really liked to suppress people. These two words never left her mouth. This time, she used them to threaten the 5 elements crocodile, and it was successful. Whooshing Crocodile's speed was very fast. With a flap of its 5 color wings, it could cover hundreds of meters in an instant. Soon after, Bai Qiu found a very hidden place. After setting up a secret seal, she moved Lin Tian and Bai Ziki inside, and then carefully guarded them with Whooshing Crocodile. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki were in pain all over their bodies. They couldn't move at all. At this time, they simply closed their eyes and waited for their bodies to recover. "How long will it take?" Bai Qiu asked. Whooshing Crocodile shrunk its monster body and lay on her head. 3 days. Bai Qiu nodded and didn't say anything. She carefully guarded them. At this time, the 4th heaven was in an uproar. Because of the extinction of the insect race, and also because of the spiritual imprint released by Lin Tian, the waves caused by this event were too big. It contained too many things that shocked the world. The insect race, a big race, was destroyed just like that. How many years has it been since such a big event happened? The Stone God clan, the Bone clan, the Sorcerer clan, the Sea clan, the Dark Shadow clan, the Ant clan, and the Blood Wolf clan. A total of 25 Virtue Realm experts came together to kill that ruthless person. In the end, they were all killed. Isn't he just at the Immortal Ascension realm? How can he have such combat strength? Many cultivators in the fourth heaven were shocked. During this process, Baiziki's figure naturally appeared in everyone's field of vision. The divine Cry Temple was so dazzling that it made the hearts of many older generation powerhouses tremble. A king physique. The legendary divine Cry Temple, the Thunder God King physique. I've never seen or heard of this person before. To think that such a terrifying young man with a king physique is hiding in this heaven, this king physique is that ruthless person's friend. Everyone was shocked. The shock brought by the king physique was undoubtedly huge and also breathtaking. The entire cultivation world in the fourth heaven was shocked. King physique, that was a physique that could be called a king. The cultivation world of this region was shaken because of this. The Rock Divines clan, Bone clan, Shaman clan, Oceanic clan, Dark Shadow clan, Ant clan, and Blood Wolf clan were furious to the extreme. This time, they'd lost a few more Grandau experts. Moreover, they'd been killed in such a brutal manner. Their divine sense brands had been struck out by Lin Tian, and coupled with Lin Tian's words about them being as weak as chickens, it caused the great figures of these clans to feel a burning pain on their faces. They'd truly lost all face. It could be imagined that, for a long time in the future, these big clans would be the laughingstock of the world. Kill. We must kill him as soon as possible. No, kill them. Kill them. In several big clans, the big figures of their respective big clans almost let out the same roar. Now, not only were these big clans angry, but they also felt a lot of pressure. They were really shocked by Lin Tian, and at the same time they were also shocked by the appearance of Baiziki with the Thunder God King physique. Lin Tian was a monstrous genius. The previous hatred between these big clans and him was already impossible to resolve. If Lin Tian was allowed to grow up, it would be a disaster for these big clans. From the divine sense imprint, the large clans could see that Lin Tian and Baiziki had a comrade-like relationship. This meant that they now had another king physique enemy. Once Baiziki's king physique reached the large success stage, he would be able to uproot the large clans with a wave of his hand. This was a terrifying deterrent force, a potential great danger. The large clans were all afraid. Because of fear, these big clans were now eager to eradicate Lin Tian and Baiziki. These two people were too dangerous. At the same time, this storm naturally reached the ears of the barbarian race, causing Wujin Old Ancestor and a group of big figures to be slightly shocked. They couldn't speak for a long time. Little friend Lin was worried that our clan would be implicated by the hostility of those big clans, so he deliberately used the divine sense imprint. The second elder of the barbarian race said, "Good man, good man. It's a hero's blessing to have such a friend." The patriarch of the barbarian race said, "It's also a great blessing for our clan to be able to fight side by side with such a man." The great elder of the barbarian race sighed. At this time, all the big figures of this clan were very moved. A huge storm was set off in the fourth heaven. The insect race was completely slaughtered. The Stone God clan and 25 other great Tao realm powerhouses were killed, and a king physique appeared. All of this shocked all the cultivators, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Amidst this shock, time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, Lin Tian and Baiziki finally recovered from the side effects of the Blood God pill. Both of them circulated their cultivation methods, and after spending another few hours, their essence, energy, and spirit finally recovered to their previous peak state. Standing up, the two of them were surrounded by divine light, and their bones were crackling. The Wuxing crocodile looked at Lin Tian and Baiziki and its mouth was very cheap. Did you sleep well? Get lost. Lin Tian wanted to kick it. The whooshing crocodile glared at him. Kid, what's with your attitude? This grandpa crocodile became your mount once for the two of you. Lin Tianyi was speechless. Is there a need to? It's just a ride. Why are you acting like you've suffered a lot? A great grievance. This is a matter of dignity. The whooshing crocodile glared at him. Lin Tian, so pretentious. Be careful that no female crocodile will like you in the future. Bai Qiu muttered. The insect race was destroyed, and the small village was avenged. Now, 3 days had passed, and her mood had recovered. The whooshing crocodile glared at Bai Qiu, and its eyes widened even more. For a long time it didn't say a word. Lin Tian by Ziki. At the same time, the two of them felt that Bai Qiu's words were really fierce. At this time, Bai Qiu looked at Lin Tian and Bai Ziki, sized them up and asked seriously, You too, how do you feel now? Are there any problems? Bai Ziki shook his head. We're fine. Lin Tian also shook his head and said, Let's leave now and secretly see if the barbarians have found the hero. If they haven't, we'll look for him again. Bai Qiu nodded, and the 3 people and 1 crocodile quickly left this place. The world was still caught in the storm from before. Lin Tian observed in secret and found that some of the berserker tribe cultivators were still running around in a hurry. He knew that Fan Ningxiong had not been found yet, so he immediately began to search in secret. Just like this, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 3 days, the 3 people and 1 crocodile went to many places, but they still couldn't find any trace of Fan Ningxiong. On this day, a strange aura suddenly surged from a green mountain. There was no special light or intense tremor, but it caused the drifting clouds in the sky to pause for a moment. That's near the small village, in the direction of the small tomb I built.